1. Go!
Hey, what's going on? Welcome back. We have had a week off and we are back ready to dive into it again. CPT. And we've come all the way around.
CPT.
Back to the start, right?
This week, a new contender will be found.
It was you that did that Daigo Hall of Fame voiceover.
Oh, get the hell out of here. I wouldn't call it EVO, mate.
Of course you would.
Give me a break. All right, I'm better than that.
EVO champion.
Whatever. Hey, listen, this is...
You had a great EVO experience, didn't you?
Yeah, I've had loads
on
of great
stage with
EVO
Daigo, in fact.
Well, not that experience.
Go and look that up online. I'm sure it's on YouTube.
Finishing top 32
Daigo
was actually more of a highlight than that. Losing to Alex Valle.
Anything was more of a highlight than that. Anyway, I digress. Jeez. It is time for NA East 2. Of course, I have to. NA East 2. And we are all the way back round to the start again.
We are, yeah.
We've done one full revolution. We are at the halfway point of the Pro Tour. We know 9 of the names that are going to be there at Capcom Cup, of course, including Idom. Mandrake, the big story as well, of course. We're going to talk about both of those in a little bit, but it's a very stacked bracket, as to be expected. 349 players signed up from NA East, one of the most hotly contested regions, and we're going to be going through some new faces this time round.
The most drama-filled region, if we're going by the last... the last event for this one. Hopefully less drama and more quality play this time around, and people actually make it to the end of their matches. Time will tell. Sorry, Logan. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, well, we are going to speak to the man himself, MetroM, with a brand new upgraded internet connection.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Sounds good.
We're speaking to a lot of new faces. As you can see down the side, at home, the list, I think it's here. Yeah, it should be here. The list of players that we're going to be speaking to ahead of this week's action. Some of the favourites, alongside, of course, some of the regular names that you'd be expecting, the likes of KnuckleDu, Smug, Brian F, Rob TV, some of the names that we've spoken to previously. Let's get into it though. We did mention the champ. He's not in the bracket.
He's made that decision, hasn't he? Yeah.
Idom will not be competing this time round. He has chosen to sit this one out. We'll find out a little bit why when we speak to him. But what do you think of that decision?
I respect it. Yeah, I mean, he's got the luxurious position of being someone who's already pre-qualified. He's clearly shown this year, especially in the early stages with all those NLBC wins, that he's on form and he can win these events, both on and offline. Tons of success. Doesn't really have anything to prove. Is he missing out on potential, that putting himself in the fire and learning that adaptation? Actually, I don't think so, because he clearly doesn't feel like it's a fair playing ground for his standards.
I don't think he's short of experience. He's won 12 NLBCs now this season. I mean, it's not like he was short on tournament experience as well. Yes, he didn't travel internationally, but all the events he went to last season, he did incredibly well, culminating in that Capcom Cup win, so there's no problem with nerves there. He's calm. He's going to sit back. He's going to be enjoying himself.
I go back to what I said before. It sucks for the viewers because we want to see Idom play all the time. But for the players entering, I think this is good news, and it's kind of like a level playing field as well.
Well, we thought we should speak to him anyway because he's going to have a great insight. He's dominating, no pun intended, the NLBC weeklies. So he's going to have a great insight into how some of the players in this region are performing. So let's hear from the reigning champ himself, Idom, about this weekend's event.
Oh, the thing about not entering this time is last time it was it was really bad. So, I'm just not going to deal with it. It was funny because when Sunday started, when I knew who was in top 8, I was like, there's no way I'm making it out of this a hero. No matter who wins, I'm going to be the bad guy. Usually when I play MetroM, it's really, the connection's not that great. So I don't usually, he's blacklisted. I don't normally play against him. So it was I didn't want to play the match, and then I was I'm just wasting people's time at that point. They don't want to see me, I'm not trying to play in, a bad connection or anything. To me, I feel like I save people time. I'm the good guy, but I could have just played Ryu or something and wasted everyone's time. I guess they were right, but it could have went better. I mean, if everything just went smoothly, then nobody would have said anything about me entering, but yes, I shouldn't have entered, but I still think I could enter as I could be in the tournament right now as a Smurf and nobody would even know. Most of the people who've won have been in offline tournaments. Probably the biggest surprise is SKZ, but I didn't know much about SKZ, but he's a really good Seth, and like his gameplay really impressed me. But from what I saw when he was playing, but besides that, there's no real surprises. I actually think it does give a better perspective on like there's more chance of people qualifying, because even like in I think 2017, I went to 3 tournaments in 2017 in season 2, and I got I think like first, and third, and I didn't qualify for Capcom Cup. But if it was like now, then I would have qualified because I won a tournament. But it's actually very interesting. I think like it gives an advantage to players that don't travel often, but at the same time, you kind of want to see this. This guy got lucky that tournament factor too. It's like, I mean, Shine's always great, and like he's usually in grand final, which is like second place to me is like obviously you won first, but like getting second place to me is really good too. But I'm not going to be in the tournament, so if he can do that, replicate that again, he'll be in Capcom Cup. Plus, he's like one of the strongest players in the Northeast region. Smug doesn't really play online tournaments, so it's like, oh, I mean, Smug's is man good. Smug was in Capcom Cup last year. It's like Midwest is Midwest really, and like Grob and I mean. That was pretty good. I mean, he's never had like the breakout tournament, like I think the highest placed tournament is like he got was like the Blink Esports tournament, and he got second at. But offline, I don't think he's had like a crazy breakout tournament. Excuse me if I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Rob and Brian and like Rushdown, they're like names who come up a lot, but not really. I mean, if Du's not entering, I think between Shine or Smug, like New York's probably gonna win. Oh, CJ's got like, oh yeah, let me get that out the way. CJ's got like, I actually forgot about CJ. CJ could actually win the tournament too. CJ's probably like second best, probably the second best chance to win, in my opinion. But the biggest thing, I feel like the biggest factor in this tournament is if Du is entering or not. I'm not even sure. Yeah, so CJ could definitely win. Actually, yeah, CJ lost to me and Metro last. Actually, yeah, CJ's winning. Yeah, hold on, CJ's winning. All right, that's my instinct. CJ's gonna win.
Idom there letting us know who he thinks he needs to look out for. And it's very interesting that he was super focused on the New York players, kind of overlooking some of the Florida players. Had to be reminded there, but you have to remember it's slightly wider than NLBC. There are a few players involved that we're not going to regularly have seen involved in NLBC. It's the whole of that side of the country. Of course, Midwest repping strong in the NLBC brackets.
They are, yep.
But Florida, not so much. I think the connection's not so great there. There's lots of interesting players. We're going to talk about another guy because Idom already qualified, doesn't need to enter, but he did enter the first time. We did the big interview with the champ last time after his win, Mandrake. He said, I'm definitely going to be gatekeeping. And there he is in the bracket.
Yeah, he has.
Looking forward to it. What do you think about that? Because, I mean, for him, he feels like he does need the competition.
You just answered the question straight away, Logan. I mean, you clearly stated with Idom and his experience, everything he's been exposed to, he can afford to miss out on something like this. And also, he doesn't hold it in that high regard in terms of like his personal development and experience. Mandrake, you know, this guy's very new to the scene overall. I mean, his level is incredible for the time he's been playing, but he's not been exposed. That was his biggest tournament win. I think it would be foolish not to enter again, regardless of who upsets, and get yourself exposed to that environment as much as you can so that you're ready for the big day when it comes. So,
yeah, definitely.
Good choice.
Let's hear from Mandrake. He's got a lot of stuff to talk about. Of course, he had that back injury that he's recovering from. He'll let you know how he's been training, how he's been practicing, and his approach to this weekend's event, of course, who he's looking out for, who he's thinking about. Let's hear from the man who is already going to Capcom Cup, and he is here just to gatekeep this weekend. It's Mandrake.
I'm more than ready, man. I'm never been against gatekeeping, so it's always been fun to me when I used to watch like Tokido eliminate like Japanese players and Idom and all those players, and Punk do the same thing. So I'm glad I get the chance to do it now. I'm all about winning people's weekend now. Like, I'm comfortable, I'm qualified, I don't have no pressure. So if people are mad about online Urian, they better be ready for my online Urian now.
The knees. Definitely been burger shit is that mix up of choice.
EX headbutt, big punish, huge counter conversion, and he still has mirror left over.
Oh!
What is going on?
Urian mirrors. Let's go. Mandrake staying alive, sending it to a final round.
Mark again, tackled, get the corner. No neutral jump pays off. V-trigger now active.
Oh, beautiful conversion.
The roll is in. Oh my god.
It's going well. It's going well. I've been working really hard with physical therapy at home. So I'm just been doing a physical therapy at home. I went to physical therapy a couple of times. It was mad expensive, so I bought everything and started doing it at home. I have not been playing that much. I've been playing like twice a week, maybe once a week, because I don't want to be like sitting down for so long. But I'm feeling much better now. Like this past week, my recovery has been like really, really good. So I'm gonna start training a little bit more now this week to be in form.
This is looking like a Clubber Lang mirror match.
Come on, my boy.
Come on, my boy.
Bird
Put him
King
up
in
back.
trouble.
The cyclone.
Bro, you just ate that fireball. You saw that? Hit him right in the neck.
Yo, Mandrake don't care at all. Points. He just wants in. He just wants. Zapparito's just trying to survive. This is looking very rough. Oh, that's that.
Uh-oh. No.
What's up?
He's dead now.
I do actually. It's kind of sad that Idom decided not to participate, because it would have been fun to have him and me play at CPT. But you know, I understand his decision not to play. But I do not planning on stay and watch CPT. I'm gonna play and I'm gonna try my best to beat everyone, especially Mika players in Kamiko. Yeah, I mean, obviously I expected for some surprises in Capcom Cup, because you know, there's online warriors now have a higher chance of qualifying, and you know, there's nothing really bad against that, because I used to be an online warrior for a couple of years, so I respect it. But there's a lot of players there that, you know, they usually win offline too. And the player that will surprise me the most was the Seth player. So I think he's, yes, SKZ, I think he's gonna be a threat, because Seth is really broken right now. He's really strong, and nobody really knows him that much outside of his region, I think. So he's gonna be a threat, you know.
Snap kick.
Carbon take.
No anti-air. And Mandrake solidifies his spot into Capcom Cup with that headbutt taking away the throw.
I took a peek at the bracket and I saw my man KnuckleDu in there. So I think he's gonna be playing this weekend. So he's gonna be like the main threat to beat this weekend. I think him and probably maybe Rushdown or Burkish are gonna be very good contestant as well. And Safarino's been doing really good too. But I'm most concerned about KnuckleDu than everyone. It's also, I would like to see KnuckleDu win, but I also would like to beat him in bracket. Like, he's always been a really tough opponent for me to beat. So he better be ready.
So there you have it. One player already qualified, not involved. One player that is already qualified is involved. So the gatekeeping element is still there. Someone is still potentially going to get their heart broken this weekend.
It's definitely
for
gonna
no
happen.
reason other than
Guaranteed.
Mandrake's entertainment.
Guaranteed.
He is ready to be the villain.
And tournament experience, of course. As much as he's
absolutely.
bantering around, he knows he needs this experience, and rightfully so.
I do want to highlight as well some of the other big names that are in there. One massively notable name that I am super happy to see that signed up, only about a week ago, in fact. It's KnuckleDu. KnuckleDu taking part.
Amazing.
So really happy to see him competing, and he has to be the favourite, right?
Instantly the favourite for me, based on experience, based on performances in this setting and outside of this setting. It's just the only question you have is, how is he doing in terms of, his mental state and his ability to perform at his peak. But I think he's going to be brilliant. I think this is going to be good for him as well. Also, he's confirmed in the SFL as well, right? So it's just amazing to have KnuckleDu back after what he's been through. It's clearly been a tough year for him, So looking forward to seeing him perform this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had a tough draw against Cash Sick last time round. Like, that was a speed bump for him. It'll be very interesting to see how he does. We're going to break down the brackets a little bit later on in the show, looking at that. Of course, Smug there as well. He didn't have the run that he'd hoped for last time round, but he's got to be a big favourite as well. Haven't seen much of him in NLBC, so we don't really know in terms of form competitively what he's going to be at, but always a threat, right?
Yeah, always a threat. Very talented, raw, just talented guy, and whichever character he picks up, he turns into an extremely dangerous, formidable force. So I'm expecting to see that G and that boxer go through and do some serious damage. I cannot see Smug not going on a decent run this time around after what happened last time. I feel like order will be slightly more restored this time around in terms of guys like Du and Smug, but there are others, of course, Logan, which I think you're going to highlight now.
Yeah, again, consistently competing every week in NLBC. Rob TV just came second this week on NLBC behind Idom. Great result for him, and he was one of the players that everyone was talking up last time round as having a massive
fire.
Really leveled himself up in this quarantine period, this lockdown period. He's got to be a threat there with his Chun and Karen. You got Brian F still putting in work. Zaffarino, of course, with the big win with Sagat.
The Sagat win. Is Zaffarino entering there?
Yeah, he's in there.
Okay, brilliant.
Zaffarino's in there. You've got players like Kami, who's regularly hitting top 8. That Seth's dangerous,
Loads of Seths now, man. Too many of them about.
Terrence as well. Again,
ever presence of threat.
It's very easy to forget those other regions that are involved in the NA East, not just New York and Florida. And then you've got kind of like the older heads. After the performance of Chris T and PR Rog, like players that we generally associate with I guess Street Fighter 4 primarily, although Chris T's had tremendous results in Street Fighter 5 as well. But you've got players like K-Brad in the tournament, Sabin, NYC Furby involved as well, always dangerous.
A great runner in LBC.
One name that I saw in the bracket that I've seen sign up, I really hope he's playing, Dominions in the bracket.
Yeah, I saw that and I was really surprised, and I hope it's not just some troll guy who's just gone ahead and entered as Dominion. I hope it's the Dominion.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing if
absolutely. A couple of notable absentees. No Jewel Kevin in the bracket this time round.
Yeah, quite surprised by that.
After a good performance in the SFL exhibition. Perhaps he just doesn't want to. For some people, the online environment's just not for them. And Sanford not signed up that I can see as well. So
Sanford's had a pretty tough week in Street Fighter anyway. For those of you who've been following him, he's had a lot of sets, but he has got new inspiration. I think I saw a few days ago. And you're rocking the shirt. So all of you guys be
the new number one Dan still to come. Speaking of still to come, we're going to be speaking to 5 players ahead of this top 16, which is going to be coming to you live right here on Capcom Fighters at the top of the hour. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this, and you will hear from some of the players competing this weekend for that final NA East region spot here in the second round of events on the Capcom Pro Tour 2020. We'll be back after this short break.
The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whip up. That's that.
Terrific wing. My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor.
God's will. Time to return to harmony. Seraphic wing! My perfection does not require any training. Beyond the battle!
Get ready!
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go!
Disappear! Kneel!
Strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Resurrection! Witness the power of the continent! This is the power of the king!
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo-personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dawn unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jordy, who is a piece of junk?
Installed.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Welcome back to Fighting Words. I hope you got yourself some nice snacks and drinks there as we continue on to the show here. We're going to continue highlighting some of the best players or promising players that we see in this tournament. And one guy who had a phenomenal run last time around, and we were rooting for him. You know he's my guy, man. I've got to root for him. He's entered again, and I'm still happy to see he's entered again, hopefully with a bit more claw experience, because it looked a bit like he needed that experience. But other than that, a great run. CJ Truth. Logan, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the most naturally talented, gifted players out there. We did say last time there's no doubting his ability, but the composure sometimes lets him down. And I'm really happy that he's back at it. Last year wasn't great for him at all. He had a torrid experience.
Not by his standards, no.
He had a torrid experience at SFL. Didn't have a great tournament experience either. Wasn't super active on the tournament circuit. But this year it seems that he's a lot more into it.
Definitely, yeah.
He has signed up obviously for SFL, and he's
What
on
a team for
Team
SFL
Alpha
as well.
with Punk and Nephew, so that's going to be really exciting. He had a great debut on the SFL pre-season with a strong victory against Jewel Kevin, and his Cammy looking great. I'm really happy to see him going back mainly to Cammy. I think she's a great pick in the meta.
Yeah, I think he plays a very strong, fundamentally strong, solid Cammy as well, so I was really delighted as well to see him go back to it. But he still has other characters in his pocket, like we saw as well.
He does. I mean, he pulled out the Nakali even, which is an interesting pick alongside the Colleen. Let's hear what CJ Truth has to say for himself and take a look at some couple of clips of recent gameplay so you can get an idea of what kind of stuff he's on at the moment. And then at the top of the hour, as we said, that top 16 coming up live. But let's get into this. CJ Truth.
My name is Christopher Jason. I go by CJ Truth. I'm from Orlando, Florida, and I main Cammy. No, I really don't play in many online tournaments. I like my Street Fighter time really to be really just dedicated practice to getting better. And online tournaments are great, and they're great for the scene, but it's just something I haven't delved into too much. Honestly, my practice time just consists of a lot of training mode and a lot of videos. That's basically mostly what I do. It's just trying to come up with different solutions to different problems in training mode and trying to find those problems with videos. And then you play a little ranked match, of course, and battle lines like everybody else, but mostly videos and training mode.
That is Rashid. The lockdown is ridiculous.
Interrupt, dash up, back throw. Oh, wow. Oh, that's not good. Spin.
Okay, this is dangerous, right? He's gonna get Oki after this, and he's just enough to get stunned. Double dash. It doesn't matter. Death, stun.
Yeah, the characters I play right now is Cammy, mostly, probably like 90%. And then I do play, I have a little bit of Nakali, and then I play Colleen as well, but for very specific matchups. The way my characters complement each other, honestly, Cammy's really well-rounded. She doesn't have a lot of bad matchups in this game. In this version of the game. And Colleen deals with a couple of the bad matchups that Cammy actually does have. I play Colleen basically just for Zangief. That's, in my opinion, that's Cammy's worst matchup. So that's why I play those two. And the Colleen's just for fun. What's up?
Here, meaty headbutt for more plus frames. Try to shake your hand. Not gonna make any deals with Urian. Oh, the EX spiral arrow to go straight through the fireball. Well done from CJ Truth. It's going to be the third game victory. He's going to be moving on to losers round 2 of top 8.
Yeah, this season, Cammy's one of the best characters in the game, to be honest. She really doesn't have a lot of bad matchups, and the characters that you'll face a lot in tournaments, characters like Akuma, characters like Nakali, like Laura, Cammy does really, really well against. So that's why I think she's in a really good spot this year. Oh, I lost in top 16 to Idom last CPT NA East. Honestly, I think I could have been a lot better. That was a pretty rough match for me to start. I don't think I played very well at all. So I got to make sure I'm better on my first match. Like, when you play your first match in a tournament, that one you could come in a little cold on. So I think having the break between pools and top 16, that first matchup was a little cold. So I can't let that happen this year or this weekend.
CJ is absolutely patient when it comes to the heart rate scenarios, though. He's not like breaking out with an uppercut. He's not breaking out with an immediate normal. He'll delay the normal, or he'll backdash or just back away.
Yeah. Ooh, very nice.
Eventually to deter him from doing that strategy. There it is!
Mm-hmm. You had to know what was coming, right? Item's too good. He's going to make the adjustments quickly. Oh, the lollipop cross. Oh, goodness gracious. Idom. 2-0, just like that.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, playing Dual Kevin in the set, we played a first to 4. The score was 4-2. It was really a fun set for just to get ready for this tournament. He's a really intelligent player, really solid. Wait for you to make mistakes, and so playing that really high level Rashid, I think really preps me well for this weekend.
Put him in the corner.
This is set point. Set point. For CJ Truth, this is not good.
Oh, great tag from Dual Kevin. Trigger on deck now for Rashid.
Oh, and that will be that. The whiff. I like how you looked up. The whiff punish from CJ Truth to close out versus Dual Kevin. Counts.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's not one guy I'm really preparing for. I think NA East as a whole is pretty good. There's a lot of good players. No one's going to have a free ride to anywhere, to top 8 or anything in this tournament. Everyone's going to have to go through some really good players. So you just got to be ready for anybody you can potentially play against. You just got to show up and play well. That's basically my plan.
There you have CJ Truth talking about this weekend and what he hopes to do. I think this kid is absolutely a dark horse to potentially do damage, but he's not the only dark horse we have in this tournament. It's just a completely stacked tournament. Look, there are giant slayers throughout, and there's another one we want to talk about now. Joey rocking that Mika, and I think he's added another character to his arsenal as well. From what I've seen, definitely going to be a threat this weekend as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree, man. Again, he's been very consistent in NLBC online. It's obviously out of Minneapolis, so get another player from a region that Joey's one of those players, obviously formerly known as Mojo, that you'd only really see at like regional events generally, because there's not a huge scene in Minneapolis, and online wasn't as much a thing, but been super consistent. And it's cool to see someone being consistent with Mika as well, because it's not something you really attribute to the character. You had El Chakate, who had a good performance last time round. Obviously a bit of controversy there, even though he finished 3rd. No idea why he did what he did.
He's the guy that sent MetroM to losers as well.
It is what it is. But yeah, showing that is possible with the character.
Yeah, I think Joey's going to be a threat, and the character is still extremely scary. Extremely scary characters to deal with, especially in a 2 out of 3 setting in an environment
absolutely,
like this.
Absolutely. We'll find out how Joey does. Top 16 coming out at the top of the hour, but let's hear from him himself right now about his thoughts on this weekend's tournament.
My name's Joey. I am from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I am a Mika main. That's my main character. So how I use NLBC as a kind of an indicator on how my performance will be for this weekend, it's pretty half and half. I mean, it is good practice to play, really top level players every Wednesday, and if you notice, it's the same group of people like pretty much every week in the same top 16 range. So it's good to get that practice every week, and for a tournament like the CPT online, it does help, but at the same time, it still does not take away from being nervous and kind of the little nuances that you get from offline events. So I still get the same things online, so I don't really think there's no difference, but like I said before, it does help with playing top players at the same level consistently.
Feel yourself, go off, be the very best version of yourself. Scoop. Hey. No. Yeah, you are in her way, but she's not going nowhere.
3. Damn.
This could be a P. It's probably a P. Oh, never mind. Not yet.
Now it's
a P.
Double P. Peach into the perfect.
I think Mandrake's being a super troll right now, entering the second time. But I mean, it's his decision. If he wants to do it, then he can. It kind of sucks because I'm in the same predicament again, because the first time I had to play Idom, I got the bad draw, and I was in his pool, so I got all the way to winners final and lost to him the first time. But the second time around, I'm not too nervous with the players in my pool. The only person I'm kind of concerned about is Mike Too Strong, because he's from Minnesota as well. We used to play all the time, and so it's been a long time since we've played. So
Trade.
They're trying to trade with each other. They're just buffering all day.
2, 3.
Joey gets best of that buffer. Corner.
That's a big crush.
I'm trying to press the button.
Stay in front. All right, let's do as much
more
damage
makes
as we
game
can
over.
do.
One more makes game over.
Time to guess. 2, 3. He actually does get one more guess. Not gonna matter though. Giant swing. It's a final round.
I think everyone's probably overjoyed right now that Idom is not entered the second time around. I think everyone has a better chance this time. It's gonna be hard. I mean, the player pool for the East Coast typically is like everyone just goes to every online event. So since the start of Street Fighter V, I've been playing this, the same group of people online consistently, and so having to play all of them again in the final CPT online, I'm not really too nervous. It's like another online tournament to me, because I've been playing the same people in so many online tournaments before.
Not as crazy as the freaking rank 10 that Idom's rocking tonight, but still pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, Smug's pretty up there.
Oh my god, scoop all day.
Now what? What's the mix?
Ooh,
wow.
You thought it was a throw? You thought it was a throw?
Yeah, Smug's controlling on.
The pick threats. Okay, I want to say obviously do Smug, Shine, Rob, Terrence, because I saw that he entered too. Yeah, but then there's other players like Kachek's. I call him Kachek's Mix. I don't even know that Kage player. You have those hidden players that just you have to be mindful of, and we were talking about earlier, entering NLBC, you see those players that just kind of come out of the woodwork and just beat a lot of good people, and so it kind of gives us a little bit of a heads up as to where they are in the CPT online. So
shouts to Joey. It's nice to give some more players a bit of a spotlight here on the show as well. We know how deep the talent pool is, but it's good to let some of these players that have been consistently placing in these top 8s NLBC and are genuine threats, more of a spot and a spotlight, I guess, shining a light on some of these players. There's so many more we could have looked at as well. You've got players Space Boy, really, really talented, with Sakura, no need to talk, really threatening with Honda as well. Hoji's another player that's a threat.
Oh man, he was the standout guy last time.
Was really exactly very impressive last time around. So there's loads of really good players that we could definitely. It's hard to pick, to be honest with you. And I wanted to try and make the effort to speak to some of the others. We spoke to a nice selection last time. However, this next player that I want to talk about, that I want to speak to, is one we spoke about last time, but he has been super consistent at NLBC. Not as consistent as Idom.
Well,
and no one is.
Exactly, yeah.
12 wins.
That's all right.
Ridiculous. But Shine has been up there. He's been battling in grand finals, top 4 almost every time. He didn't enter NLBC this week, and he'll tell us why in this short interview. But Shine, how's he looking for you?
I think Shine is when you look at his play and his capabilities with that character, one of the last, by the way, to maintain that character. I had a nice little chat with him a few weeks ago as well, as to say, why is she so unpopular these days? It's just the case that there are characters who do similar things, maybe better now, but she's still incredibly good. I think Shine is overdue a big win like this.
Interesting.
Whether it's a premier or a ranking, I feel like he's at the same level of a number of guys we've seen who've been able to finally get that first win under their belt. He's at the same level. He beats those guys, right? Yeah. But he's just not been able to quite get over the hurdle.
He just needs that breakout.
He just needs that break.
And that's what so many players, you've seen that, they get that first big win.
That's it.
And then it's like they unlock that next level.
That's it.
I mean, Problem X is such a great example of
Perfect
that.
example.
He got that big win at AGX, and then suddenly he was just there. And he was just competing in top 8s all the time. We'll see whether Shine can make this event this weekend, but let's hear from him right now. Shine talking about his chances this weekend and how he's approaching this event and why he did not enter NLBC this week. Did he not need to practice? Is he that confident? Let's find out.
So the reason why I chose not to enter NOBC was purely more of a preparation, a mental space type of decision. You know, I think it's much better, you know, if we were doing offline events to enter, you know, your locals and to practice for an event. But I think online is a bit different. You know, I don't want to run into one laggy match that kind of destroys my headspace going into an event. I think I can only deal with the, you know, the online world, the grimy online world for, you know, once a week. I think that's probably my cap. I can deal with it once a week, but after that, you know, it's pretty difficult for me. So I think I took the break off of NOBC to really focus on kind of preparing for CPT. And to just get ready for that and be in a good headspace going into CPT.
You got like a 30% life combo for that. Anti-air into shuriken time. Damn, that was a sick combo. Bro, we really have Naruto combos now. Are you serious?
Me personally, I think that I need to just forget that, you know, I do well at NOBC because this, you know, there's a lot of similar players from NOBC, but it's not NOBC. It's different. I think that I just need to forget about that. I think when you have that type of expectation, suddenly when you're down, a game in pool, you start stressing out. Like, but I got second. I got third last week. I got fourth. I get top 8 every week. How is this happening? I think in general, I think it's just good to forget about how consistent I am previously and just to focus on what's kind of in front of me. It's much harder. People that don't enter NOBC are entering, so I don't want to have that expectation. I just want to kind of be ready for what's kind of in front of me.
Damn, he knew. All right, cross up. Okay, defensive throw. Mix time. That was sick. Very smart. He knew that Idom would challenge him. He's always found his way into the ground.
You gotta confirm, but not be trigger. But the second time he does.
This time we're gonna get a good mix for this. Cross under, he blocked. Nice.
That was
Don't
a
anti-air.
great
Don't try to anti-air. Crazy. Eat these counter hits.
Last time I was definitely disappointed losing, but I think that I could take it a lot better than a lot of other people in CPT Online, because I had to play Smug and I had to play Chocolate, and my connection to those two aren't bad. You know, I was able to go through the normal process where, you know, I get smoked, I lose, you know, and I kind of just get over it. I didn't have to get frustrated of outside forces. You still get to have some sort of takeaway. You can watch the replays and not have to worry too much about, you know, this worked because of lag. It's like, no, this worked because I didn't check this. So
Even though, was that one plus? The EX Tiger knee hits so weird that it's hard for me to tell sometimes. Shuriken. Combo. All right. Reset. All right. Cute. Keeping him in front. Whip punish. Follow up. Damn, he cashed out everything. Instant overheads. You have those, Shine? Disgusting. Bro, please.
So like even without Idom, it's just really difficult to win CPT East. I think it's very, very difficult. I think, you know, without Idom, there's still a number of world-class players on the East Coast. You still have the CJ, you still have Smug, you still have Du, and you still there's just so many heavy hitters. Even without the big names, you still have to deal with really good players. All of the dark horses that you think about the Smugs and you think about the Dus, but you don't. You know, a lot of people don't consider how difficult it is to deal with a lot of the, I wouldn't say lower level players, but just the really, really high caliber character specialists that you still have to deal with. They have really good results in like NOBC, and they have really good character knowledge setups. They have really good understanding of their characters. Like, you still have to deal with a lot of those players that, you know, you might not be thinking of when you think of heavy hitters, but they're definitely there. So I think this is definitely one of the hardest regions to win in for CPT.
I must say, Logan, I've enjoyed your selection of players to interview this week because I really am a big fan of that guy. Very talented.
No bias, of course.
And he's obviously got great taste in character selection as well. Must say.
See through you like a window.
Just keeping it real. I hope he's able to do something, but only time will tell. Moving on to the next one, though, we have a real standout guy from the last time around, don't we?
Yeah, definitely made a name for himself.
To speak to next?
Well, as you can see, obviously the names there on the side. We're going to speak to MetroM. Very controversial performance from him. And I think we'll agree that despite any of the connection issues that he had, he looked like a very competent player.
Of course, absolutely.
Brian F spoke up about him before going into the event. Obviously, he had connection issues. And to be honest, if you go through the interview that we did with him last time, you kind of saw that.
yeah,
right?
for being honest,
You kind of saw that. But thankfully, as you'll see from this this interview that we did with him this time round, the connection's looking clean still. Without any further ado, let's hear from the man himself, MetroM. Is he going to be able to repeat and get his way into grand finals again this weekend? Let's find out what he's got to say for himself.
Yeah, so I recently just got back into the online competitive scene. I took a break after the CPT event. I took about like a month break, just trying to figure out everything. And yeah, I believe the beginning of this month, I started competing online again, and it's been pretty good. Yeah, so I've been doing the weekly Reddit tournament, the NLBC tournaments. Reddit, I've been doing pretty good. I've been making top 8 consistently. BC is a little tougher. I want to say probably like top 16, something like that, around there. Yeah, so I did eventually update my router modem. Got rid of my old one, fixed that up, and actually made a pretty big difference. So that's been pretty good.
Yep. We'll hold. Yes, command throw. Zuna drop. That's gonna switch sides as well.
And the stun. Is he gonna do another one? Oh, if he had EX, he would have set him up for a really cool wall dive and some meaty claws. Dang! He just yells at him, just back up. Wow! Just come on, man. New cable with meter, right? Hasn't been able to spend any of it whatsoever. It's been a real detriment to his gameplay. Like, he hasn't thrown out any fireballs. Just right there, when he does, he gets clipped because Metro, he's on the prowl. The reactions are crazy.
It's interesting because the whole idea is that Mandrake probably wants experience. He's just there to play for experience. But you can kind of get that experience just with, any other online tourney. So, I mean, hey, if he wants to enter, it's in the rules. He's allowed to, so it's all good. Yeah, I mean, the players that are currently qualified, I mean, I did not expect, some of these players to win, to be honest. But I'm happy. I'm happy to see people like Nephew up there. I've been watching a lot of him. He's an excellent player, so I'm happy he gets to participate in the Capcom Cup. Picaro, awesome. He's come from Peru. It's cool to see, someone from, I think he's one of the only big names from Peru, so that was pretty cool to see. Phenom, yeah. Oh man, that's gonna be awesome. I really like Phenom's Karen, so that's gonna be pretty exciting as well.
CJ Truth, he wants those enhanced dashes, the speed of the character. A little bit quicker. Oh, great DP. And that's been a hallmark of CJ's game throughout the weekend, right? Any type of air and jumps, they've just been getting DP'd.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely it. Even if he didn't die off of that, Critical Art was behind it 100%. Metro taking it, speaking of 100%, 3-0 over CJ.
Seeing KnuckleDu, my bracket's pretty exciting. Hopefully I bump into him, we'll get a match together. It's pretty awesome. I'm happy that he's playing. Especially after everything he's been through. It's good to see him back. So should be exciting to see how that goes. I'm pretty confident. I played these players a few times. I'm pretty confident against the Macaulay matchup. The Cody matchup is really hard, but I've been studying. I've been training this week. I've been watching tapes, things like that. So I'm pretty confident. Like my bracket before, the bracket was finalized was way worse. So Like, yeah, I had like Smug first round. I was like, oh my god. But yeah, and then like after like a few hours, the bracket refreshed again, and saw the back in. I see KnuckleDu, Shadow Mark. I'm like, all right, this is a little more doable for my Vega. So, but I'm pretty confident. I can pull this.
But Metro managed to navigate out of that situation entirely, using the V-Skill initially and then V-Reversal. Or just V-Reversal, excuse me.
Yeah, indeed. From long distance and the forward throw to finish it off. So that is our first set in our grand finals here at NA East 1. Mandrake has been reset 3-1 by MetroM.
So you've heard from all of our picks of the players to highlight this week. Of course, we mentioned that there's multiple big hitters in this bracket. 349 players from across the east side of the North American scene, and that's a lot of good players.
That's a lot, yeah. I
think
that's only 2 less than last time as well.
Each pool is effectively a weekly. Like I think the minimum is like 43 in a pool.
Yeah.
It's crazy stacked.
Yeah, that is literally weekly.
Obviously, four seeds per event. Shout out to the Level Up team who've been doing the league ops on this and seeding the players based on previous year's CPT and results in the last event as well. So we have data on that. And you can see that the number 1 seed there is KnuckleDu. He's in pool 1 with MetroM, which is very interesting.
Yep.
Hoji's there and Brutus. Brutus, of course, a threatening grappler.
Yeah, very strong Geef player.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Hoji does, though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough draw for Hoji, I must say. But we'll see how he does in it. See, he's capable.
Absolutely. They got Densetsu in there as well. That's actually the pool I think that has Shadow Marks in there. MetroM mentioned that Shadow Marks a Nakali player that MetroM actually lost to this week in NLBC. So
really?
You'll have to get past him. Hoji's in there also. So there's some talent. As you said, it's a really deep talent pool here in NA East. Let's have a look at the next pool, and that is Smug's pool. He's going in there against Just a Kid.
Smuggles.
Child 233, the boxer player, who I really enjoy.
Just a Kid's really improved as well. Watch out for him.
Absolutely.
Child is a beast.
And Sabin in there, who is always a real threat. They're the 4 seeds in that pool. You've also got Princess Slim in there. You've got Wolfgang who signed up, well, who's always dangerous. So that will be a very difficult pool to make it out of. You can follow these pools at home, by the way, on Smash GG. Just look up Capcom Pro Tour online, and you will be able to find the tournament that's happening this weekend. As we progress to top 16, that's happening at the top of the hour. You're going to get all the action here live very, very shortly. Of course, these brackets are determined. Pool 3, DR Mandrake, the champ. He is back in there in the same pool as Joey. Also returning to the scene of his big upsets is Kashasik, the Kage player, of course, after beating KnuckleDu last time around.
Now, rightfully so, right?
Yeah, and No Good Citizens in there as well, who's obviously going to be doing it for the presidents. You've got Mike Too Strong in there, who's a very dangerous Zangief, but as I said, Dominion in the bracket makes me happy.
Dominion.
Seeing Dominion in a bracket, seeded or not, makes me happy. You got Flux Waves in there as well, who's been really, really impressive. That's a player that's gone under the radar, maybe on the world stage, but I've been paying attention at these weeklies, and Flux Waves definitely one to look out for as well. That's a stack pool, pool 3. Pool 4 features Shine as the number 1 seed in that pool. You've got the Cool Kid, who's ever dangerous with Abigail, amongst others. Zaffarino's in there as well. That's going to be hype. And FGC Carlos. I want to see what side of the pool Zaffarino's on. Zaffarino is on the same side as a Cool Kid, so that's going to be a hype match.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one. I mean, we're not going to necessarily see these, right? So hopefully some of these guys will be streaming and we can catch some of these matches.
I'd imagine that a lot of streams have been going on in the past couple of hours. You'll be seeing all of that. Everyone's going to be streaming their runs. It's great content. Speaking of great content, you have got Brian F there in Pool 7. We'll get to that in a minute. Pool 5, Terrence, the Chun-Li. You've got Terrence and Rob TV in that pool.
Profit as well. Terrence is a real threat, man. I mean, he especially with the way Chun-Li is now as well. I'm really keen to see how he's done.
It's interesting though because Rob TV's in the same pool as well, and his Chun's
rocking Chun
his
as well,
Chun's looking sharp.
Very strong. A few of the carrions are opting for that Chun in the pocket, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean you've got the same hit confirms. I mean it's interesting. Like some of the Cami players, Alex Myers using Chun as well. Yeah. You got that low 4 that hit confirm. Speaking of players that have been testing the waters with other characters, you got Kami in pool 6. using that Seth. And
Rocking that
Lud.
Seth.
Lud is another player who has definitely got class and quality in that pool. You got Rushdown, who's been putting in some good performances recently, and Dan Slip, a wild Dan Slip, who has not been super active either. Always possible of getting an upset, so that's going to be a very interesting bracket to see. No Need to Talk in there as well. The Honda player, Kiko Master RD, shout out to the DR community as well. He's in there, and Taj as well. Yeah, that's a nice pool.
That's a pretty stacked pool. That might be the most stacked pool in terms of just notable players. Maybe not top seed players, but there's a lot of. It's going to be hard to call that.
Two more to go as we go to pool 7, as I said, and Brian F is definitely going to have been streaming his hopeful path to victory.
He always does, yeah.
Getting the content in there alongside Defeat Lee. El Chakotay makes his return as a seeded player as well. We got Underscore in there. Space Boys in that pool. It's a nicely stacked pool. There's a lot of quality in there. Lex is one that you need to be looking out for as well. JB's younger brother, the Guile player, a lot of quality.
Yeah, very solid.
There. And then the final pool, of course, is CJ Truth, who is many people's, including yours, I know, favourites to come through and maybe make an upset. You've got K-Brad in there alongside Mac Negro, the Birdie player, and OG Yawn, who's been doing a lot of good work, both as a player and for the community recently. Adnan's in that pool. Who else have we got in here?
Adnan in the tournament, 2 out of 3, man. Absolute nightmare.
Tiger's in there as well. It's stacked, man. Who do you like for top 8 this weekend?
Well, I mean,
Let me put you on the spot. We've got a couple of minutes left, mate. It's almost time.
You got to say KnuckleDu makes it, right? I mean, I can't see him. I see him making it through winners this time as well. I think after what happened last time, I think he's going to be stronger than he ever was. So I like him there. I also see Shine. I'm going to say Shine or CJ Truth. One of those two, right? Not entirely sure. Mandrake may be toppled before top 8. We'll see.
Interesting.
Just one of those situations where you win a tournament like that, you go straight into another one, might not go his way. And I also like to see Smug making a little run as well.
Well, it could be KnuckleDu versus CJ Truth in the top 16 winners.
Yeah.
That'll be a hard one. All Florida affair. At least the connection will be half decent. I'm hoping that we see a lot more of the big names. That's what you came here to see, right, in that top 8.
Yeah,
but we'll find out. I know that we are guaranteed good matches. I know that we are guaranteed high-quality action. I have to send a big shout-out to the family, St. Cola, doing his first CPT event, by the way. Catch him on commentary. Up next, it is top 16 time. Don't go anywhere unless it's to the kitchen to get yourself a refreshment and some snacks, because the GGs are about to commence right here.
Let's go.
It's Capcom Pro Tour 2020, NA East 2, the final chance for the East Coast to qualify for Capcom Cup. The action comes up next.
Hey, welcome to Capcom Pro Tour Online NA East number 2. My name is Ultra David.
And I am Saint Cola, and I am excited to see this great Street Fighter V action in NA East 2. This is the second one, and it's the last one. David, tell the people why.
Yeah, that's right. This year is a little bit different than in years past. That may be obvious by stepping outdoors these days, but also another one of the ways that it's different is that we only have qualifiers by people actually winning tournaments this time, right? And it's only online, of course. We already had one of these for the North American East region, and Mandrake won that. Now we have to decide who will win again. We'll take a look at the bracket shortly. Mandrake's in there, and if he wins it, just so you know, it will be the second place who qualifies instead. So 2 people will be coming from NA East.
That's right, and like we said, we're going to be looking at the bracket here. Winner's side, Cleos, KnuckleDu, the return of KnuckleDu. Come through the bracket, the winner's side, like I just said, CJ Truth facing off against him, and then there's Endemic Shine versus Hollywood, Crescent's Rob TV, and on the loser side, it is Rise's Smug versus El Chicote, and then versus Dan Slip will be Itachi's Legacy, which a name maybe people aren't familiar with, but I've seen him around the juicy online parts, and he could do some work.
So that's the winner's side here in top 16. And then if we were to go down to loser's side, we can show you what's going on in that one. We got Brutus from Toronto and Adnan from New York. Bit of a tough draw for the old grappler head versus Dalsum, but maybe a lucky draw if you're Adnan. Then you got Marvisto and Terrence. I'm hoping that this will be a Honda versus Chun, but we'll see what they decide to do, especially Marvisto on that. Child233, strong boxer player. Space Boy, very strong Sakura player. And then, like I said, DR Mandrake is in this thing on the loser's side with that Urian that he used to win the previous event with, going up against Lud and Lud's extremely strong Chun-Li.
Got a little ahead of myself, but I am it's just because I'm so excited, dog. See all these great players, and we've been seeing a lot of new players come through, as you've already seen the losers bracket. Brutus making some big waves, Adnan as well. We're going to see some Senma action there, and we've seen some old faces come through in terms of CJ Truth as well. So, again, people, what makes this tournament even better, even more special is, like we've said, it is the last shot, last opportunity. That makes every single fight count even more, because there's none after this, right? You got to see, it's spectator mode for the rest of them, right? They got to sit on the stands, and it's a long time for the next one. So you got to make everything count here. Every match, every opportunity, every chance that you get matters.
Well, you know who I think has been doing a great job at making every opportunity matter and has been given a great opportunity here is this fella right here, Sankola. Shout outs to being on the CPT. I'm really happy for you, man.
You know, they should never let a man like me.
Doing a great job this year.
Hey, I appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody who's brought me here. You know, all the opportunities and stuff like that, but they should never let a man like me on CPT. No, I'm just kidding.
Here you are. Here you are. Make it count. I'm sure you will. You've been killing it all year.
Really appreciate it, and I appreciate it to be in this great match and watching these great matches. This great East action, man. And it's great because, like, we've seen a lot of tournaments, CASA, Juicy Online, NLBC, of course, and other great tournaments as well. You've seen them practice, work their way up for the CPT, having something to practice for, having something to battle for and get ready for has been a treat. Like, I've seen more people grind it out. As soon as the CPT got announced, people were like, all right, I got to step out of practice mode, mulling around doing random stuff with random characters, and I got to really grind this stuff out. I got to go into ranked. I got to hit up these online tournaments and really make it count. Because, again, only one spot left.
So we're going to get into the first match very shortly here. The players are making it happen. This is going to be starting on the top of winner's side. As you mentioned, this will be KnuckleDu versus CJ Truth, a couple of Florida players. Long time now, no longer young babies at this point. Long established veterans and among the best. And for CJ Truth, this is a great opportunity to qualify, right? He's been... whenever he has shown up, he hasn't shown up as often, but whenever he has, he's still been killing it for sure. KnuckleDu is maybe a more interesting thing to talk about right now. So as I'm sure everybody knows, KnuckleDu was in a serious car crash, the details of which I don't know and wouldn't say in any case, but he did then put on Twitter a tweet that I think some of us may have misunderstood, which is, I will be putting my controller down now. Furthermore, I will step away from social media in general. I think many of us took that to mean that he was retiring permanently. He didn't actually use those words. And so here he is back from what I guess was a break. And, just like in previous years, he is right back up at among the very best in the world.
And I love seeing Du play because he's one of those players that he'll kind of choose the character based on who he faces too. Like obviously, you know, with his character selection, it's better to go Guile, but he also kind of considers who he's facing and who he's going up against. And like, you know, for this one, he's going the Guile pick against good old Scammy Cammy on the side of CJ Truth.
Yep, roller skating along the hockey player CJ Truth, always with this alt. I love it. And his movement is something that's always really impressive.
Punish,
the rare
bro.
lack of confirm. No! Oh no. Almost had it. And now just like that, it's Du in control, and he can control with the best of them. If he wishes to, we'll see. Pretty light.
Keeping him locked down in the corner. KnuckleDu's got the life lead and has built a ton of bar. And CJ Truth trying to work his way out, trying to find an escape.
Guile. yeah, I mean, good luck. Just this threat of the crouch. Okay.
Until got hit with a ... There was a continuation there. Activation. Looking
That's
for a
definitely
confirm.
what. Yep, CJ's into it now. Would love to find one hit. If so, it's into super in the round. And Du knows that, and he's not giving any bait to CJ, whose reactions are fantastic, and you could definitely get through a boom here.
Gotta be careful throwing those out.
Oh, yeah, no,
Cammy
he's not
got the
gonna
bar
throw
on the
any silly
bottom.
ones.
Caught him jumping.
Oh! A little bit of damage. It's so close now. Chip. Either way, look at it, 10 seconds left. Okay, that's Du recognizing he wants to get that chip. Hold on, I think that may have given CJ the life lead.
It's so close. 1 second, and it's CJ. It's gonna take it.
Wow.
By the very precipice. Even with the gray life on the deck, CJ just had a little bit more. He'll take that with a timeout, but you know, a grindy match, and that's the change that I like to see in this season of Street Fighter V. You know, a little more of the lame stuff, a lot more timeouts because of damage reduction, and upon other nerfs. But wow, what a crush right off the bat. Landing neutral here. The dash up throw gets tagged, but unfortunate. But just goes for the Chicago punish right there with a back throw.
Every city calls that their punish, dude. Yeah, this is the kind of corner control we were talking about before. Almost done.
Yep. The bar up.
Ooh!
In great position, but it might be all gone. This is Scammy Cammy with the bar at the bottom. Things can happen. One more usage of V-trigger, but it doesn't matter. The wake up command normal from KnuckleDu. Wiping his shoes off.
All right, let's go Du. Challenging as always.
He's so wily. It's hard to lock him down. We've been saying this for years. Man just plays at his own pace. It's working out.
Yeah, and whether it's controlling or whether it's offense or what, he seems just in control of most of it.
EX, yeah, you knew it was coming. As soon as he's got the EX bar, get him careful about throwing out the booms.
Yeah, we've seen that from Du before a couple of times. Surprised that he's taken that risk in here.
What a reverse in what we've seen before. You know, like now, KnuckleDu just leading right now, but anything could happen. V-trigger activation.
Oh yeah, can't count him out. And he wasted it all very quickly last time. This time, here he is.
With the moves, a double dash. Another one.
Okay. How far through can he get?
You see how locked out he is. But here's the activation on the sledgehammer. Plus frames. Hold these. Chip, no dip.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, nice job to CJ. By the way, I love that patience that he had briefly in that corner when he was caught there defensively. You know, you think of Cammy and of CJ as being these sort of neutral monster into big time pressure, but I think what really helped seal the deal for him there was that patience in the corner when he was caught on the defense.
Super strong play right there. Never out of it. CJ Truth takes the first one. And remember, people, this is first to 2. So you got to make those adjustments real quick if you're KnuckleDu.
That's right. We're not in top 8 yet.
Yeah, not just yet. You got to work your way there. That's what we're trying to get towards. So still, top 16 action here.
Ooh, I like that stolen little dash opportunity right there.
Wow, what a flash kick.
Yeah, Du ready on the defense in that situation.
And it's good because you send them full screen, right? You'll get the distance, able to play the boom game until V-trigger is activated.
Okay. Probably block OS jump right there. And Du just trying to find and maintain patience here, spacing. I'm surprised he's throwing these booms because CJ's already reacted before.
And we've seen the turnaround come from that, right? Like the EX comes through and he gets in and starts his game plan. He wants that distance.
V-trigger and well, okay, just like that, Du has exactly what he wants. The big old walk. Hold on. And by the way, that actually mostly built a V meter. Never mind.
The instant overhead, the COVID cut. Now NuckleDu fighting back.
Definitely CJ has reacted with EX from that range right there a couple of times so far, but Du is still willing to challenge that spot. Oh, wow.
Goes right for it. The Popeye arms. NuckleDu doing a great lead right here.
Look at this offense. He's just moving forward. In patience there. You had to wait. Cammy now explosive. No! The roundhouse crush, nothing. And then you know he got a little bit antsy. Du shuts it down with the fierce.
Hand in front of the face. Du with that little bit more of like that, like momentum, like slow momentum. Boom, normals, boom, normals. Kind of making sure that he's not, you know, too far away from Cammy, but also not too close to start the, you know, the Cammy gameplay.
I feel like if you look at that spot where he's stuck on screen, it was like almost exactly the same spot away from Cammy the entire time. And he was the one who was throwing booms. It's not easy to maintain your space and throw booms and press buttons. He was doing it all.
And with the danger that we saw, you know, from B-Trigger or EX, Spiral Arrow to get through also, like he's just so confident. That's just how Du is.
Almost the whip punish there on the crouching medium. It's not quite. Okay, big chance. What a conversion directly into the drill.
There's those anti-airs that we've known CJ Truth for from years. You cannot jump away from this guy.
Here comes Du. Will he hang out? Oh my god, the threat of crouching guile.
Especially in this game, like you can walk forward with the little micro walk throw or micro walk. That's what it's called basically, but you get a flash kick off of that. But that's the thing, is like that allows you to keep that space with this character and keep that flash kick charged. It just creates a bigger problem.
Wily Guiley. Just controlling everything here. Here comes finally CJ. No, not for long. And the classic advice, and you know, Du is making it really count of just block and take the throw against Cammy. Multiple times now in neutral. Oh my god, the big can opener. Crouching fierce. Be the one who stick to make that.
Oh, the heavy
confirm. Now it's very difficult, but I'm accustomed to seeing CJ do that. Oh man.
A little bit of a drop, but here we go. Du with the return, possibly. B-Trigger pop. The baby boomer's coming through.
Oh yeah, he's got the little shield. Hold on. That trigger's almost gone, but you also know that CJ is looking to react, hence EX.
CJ at the same time.
The hit, and
walks
that's
right
just
into
gonna
it.
take the round. It's match point now for CJ.
He saw it on the street and he just stepped right into it. CJ Truth looking super strong and just waiting for Du to come to, coming to him to get the win. CJ Truth, I love the patience that he exudes against Du, like, making him uncomfortable in these exchanges. Try to get the Spiral Arrow, didn't work. This time it's working out. EX flavored.
Boy, just missed on the stand roundhouse there. And Du, just when you think he's gonna play the defense, this man comes in and he's swinging at you. Ah, but here's CJ.
Sledgehammer.
No!
No bite. Able to block in time.
Right, that was the thing right there. Big opportunity for CJ, just not quite there.
And you need those moments too. You want to close this out immediately, and you want to stay in against this character, or else you're eating the booms, either it's blocked or being just eaten face first, just like that. But here's the crush, the follow-up. DP, B-Trigger flavored. Spins the whole bar for the corner carry.
It's exactly now where CJ wants to be. Looking for super activation there. The hit confirm could come at any moment. Du knows it. Not trying to get caught by that stuff. Maybe too frozen though. Oh, nobody likes that. Okay.
The propaganda, they take the throw, but now answer back with the EX. We've seen this, or the activation. We've seen this before. Gotta be careful throwing out those booms.
In time?
I just said
Okay.
you gotta be careful throwing out those booms. And now CJ Truth taking it over NuckleDu.
That glammy Cammy with the whammy.
Cammy wins. All scammy, baby. All scammy. But yo, shout out to CJ Truth.
He's such a fundamentally strong player, right? The win there, his reactions a couple of times. EX came through a couple of times. The super came through right there. B-Trigger as well. His reactions make it so that as Guile, you just can't control the stage in the same way that you'd like to. You have to stand at a very particular spot where a player like CJ can't react. And that's hard to be. I mentioned there's one round where it did seem like NuckleDu was doing that, but that's super hard to keep up.
That's true. And like in the neutral, him maneuvering around the booms, finding ways around that and, making NuckleDu feel so uncomfortable. You saw him walk forward as the time was going down and CJ Truth was just ready. And then even at the end, he knew what could happen. Still threw out the boom, still got punished, and now we're going to be seeing dude taken down to the dungeon. That is losers. CJ Truth moving on in the winner's side.
You know, I gotta tell you, I'm just happy to see Du in this. I think that's so cool. I'm really happy that he is playing and doing well. You know, if he would like to play, he can certainly be among the strongest and most talented and most successful in the world. We've seen that many years for him. I'm just happy that he is here, that it seems like he does want to play. You know, whatever, if he wants to play, that's great. If he doesn't want to play, that's great. But I think it's really cool to see that he is doing it.
Absolutely. And that was a little taste, a little preview of, Street Fighter League. When that comes in October, you guys got a little preview. You're going to be seeing more of that as this bracket goes on, to be honest.
Well, we're going to be going on here as we're already bringing in the next set of players.
Looks like
this next one in winner's side is going to be Shine versus Rob TV as we're taking you to the bracket right here.
Oh man, Hollywood. Rob TV's been training, putting in the practice, putting in the work and the effort. The results on the online tournaments have been skyrocketing for him, as you saw, the NLBC. And then also his exhibitions that he's been putting in the work too as well. Taking down Rush Down the likes, and just doing a lot of work. You can tell he's super hungry, but we can't count Shine out as well. Has also been doing some work in some exhibitions and also NLBC, as we saw in the pre-show right before this.
Yeah, I thought that was cool in the pre-show when they had an interview with him. He said that he didn't enter NLBC this week because he wanted to preserve a positive headspace for himself. You never know, if you go to a tournament, even if it's online, and you don't do very well, maybe you end up in a negative headspace. I think it's really smart. It's really smart. That's one of your best resources as a player. Just your mental positivity, your belief in yourself, your understanding that you could do it. And I really like that. As you have said, he's often entered NLBC, but this week is a one to stay away from it. I think that's a great call.
I mean, the mental game is so important, especially in a game, especially in fighting games in general, right? If your mind state isn't correct, you're not going to be able to perform. And, being able to have like a plan outside of things, inside the game, like outside the game, like what am I going to do to keep my mental state correct? Keeping my, healthy, mind and body, those things all attribute to your gameplay. So smart stuff by Shine. But I'm curious to see how they're going to play. I'm not, they haven't run any exhibitions in a while. I haven't seen them play too much. So I'm curious to see how it's going to be, what Rob's going to choose. He's got a plethora of characters, right? He's been working on the Chun-Li. He's got a Guile. He's got a Karen. And, I'm really curious to see what he's going to be pulling out. We know Shine is just going to be going with the Ibuki. No Lucia here. Not in top 16. Not in winner side.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. And I think that's cool. As in the pre-show as well, they talked briefly about Ibuki. F-Word still believes in that character. I think a lot of us still believe in that character, but you'll see tier lists now and then when she's maybe lower than some of us would expect. And yet, there are a couple here in top 16 on the winner's side, which is pretty cool to see. We'll see the next one not too long from now, a couple matches off. But yeah, I think that's very cool. She still has a lot of stuff going for her. She's not the kind of character design that is prone to getting dunked in matches. That's not really what she's about. Yep, and it is Ibuki. That's what we expected there. On Rob's side, it's Chun-Li.
Going for the Chun-Li pick. This is the one that he's been working on. So, this is,
hold on.
something he's been working on.
They accidentally picked the wrong stage, it looks like. We're going to have to get them to
wait for them to play it out. So we'll just have to wait till it's finished. And it won't count. Sorry. If it's on the grid, it doesn't count. It's got to be on the other stages selectable. Please read the rules and make sure you guys are following those when you enter the tournament or things like this.
I mean, I know the classic statement that nobody reads the rules. As writer of rules and contracts in some cases, I know nobody reads them. But we have talked about this a lot now in this season, that you can't play on the grid in top 16 and above.
It could be also... It's probably that, and maybe they were, in training mode or, running some rank sets, and it was just selected to that, and it's just unfortunate. So you guys are going to have to wait just a second before they come back. But, I am honestly curious to see how Rob TV is going to be using his Chun-Li. He's been definitely putting in a lot of work with this character. It's one of the stronger characters. I don't know if I would say top 5. A lot of people kind of put her at that level, but I don't think she's there. I think she still has a lot of bad matchups. But I do think that character is a lot stronger this season, primarily because of the buffs to the knockdown of legs, and some of her buttons are a little bit more plus, and the nerfs to the other characters.
I personally would put her in that top 5, man. I think she's super good this season. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is with her. She's got everything. I feel like she's got, I don't know, what does she not have? She has all the defensive tools that you need. She's got great knockdowns that snowball into each other. She can have good damage. She can change her jump arc. She has an invul reversal. She's got the 3 frame. I don't know. She has a fireball. I mean, like, she has anti-airs. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is.
A lot of people might say that the top tiers kind of deal with her pretty well, but at the same time, I can see an argument for that. I can still see an argument. That's the thing about this season, though.
Yeah, the game is in a place now where we can basically have an argument about almost any character's position, right? We were just talking about Buki and how some tier lists have come out, but she's like down there in B tier. But many of us would still have her in A tier.
Yeah. I would for sure have her in A tier.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, you don't think that those people who have her down there are like not being smart about the game. They're some of the best players in the world. So yeah, we can definitely have lots of disagreements in good faith about the characters in the tier list this season, because it really is a pretty well balanced game at this point.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that also contributes to all this is there's different regions, and then different people in different regions have different character usage and stuff like that. Like here in the US, we don't have a lot of Vega players. We got a few here and there. We got Metro, we got Arlieth, but in EU, it is Vega City out there. It is a land of Vegas. It's a land of claws. But that's one of those things where when we come together, especially when offline returns, then we can really see a lot more of those aspects and really see how these tier lists actually play out.
Waiting we'll have a match coming up for you guys pretty soon. We are, though, going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more of the CPT Online NA East number 2 in just a little bit.
Don't go anywhere.
Ooh, all right. Welcome back to the CPT Online NA East number 2. Just had a short break there. We're still working on getting the matchup between our next 2 competitors here in winner's side. If y'all recall, maybe we want to take a short look at the bracket just in case. It is going to be Shine. Coming up in here. Yep, E&D Shine. And then Crescent Rob TV. Those are the 2 lined up for the next one. They briefly were playing on the grid, which is against the rules. So we're gonna get back into this thing, but just to let you know, they were playing Ibuki, which we had expected for Shine, and Chun-Li for Rob TV.
I like the Chun-Li pick because that character on the ground is super strong. I mean, she's always been strong on the ground. Like, that's been her forte. But even more this season, as we talked about before the break, that she's able to get the knockdown off the legs now, and her normal's being buffed. And when you're Ibuki, and you really have to make everything count in terms of the EX kunai landing in the proper position, well, you know, things are going to be looking a little bit more difficult if you try to approach from the air. So on the ground, that character, Ibuki herself, is, you know, maybe not as strong as Chun-Li. So I'm curious to see what Shine's going to have for this match.
Yeah, we didn't actually watch the end of it even on our end, so I'm not sure what happened in that one. But
Yeah,
we
didn't really get a preview.
Not real match. Ah, here we go. Okay, cool. Stage. Did we get it right?
Please,
on,
please,
baby.
we are hoping.
Hey, all right. Cool.
There we go.
There's airplanes in the background. I don't know what this one's called.
Shadow Lube said night. I believe it is.
Nailed it. So
hey man, I know the
again,
can.
the characters that we expected still.
Yes, sir. And there's a punish right here on the unfortunate DP. Get to pick up the legs. The crush too as a follow-up. You have Beast building up that bar like Build-A-Bear. There's the EX too as well.
Yeah, this harassment's pretty tough right here in the corner for Shine. Ooh, really? Okay, super intent on maintaining the corner here.
And that gray light too
it'll
as
come
well.
back though. What evasion. That was such practice and studied evasion right there by Rob to be beautiful. And then that jump jab to seal the... I love it. I love it from Rob TV. We saw a bunch of great stuff there from him in terms of controlling things on the ground. And then the reaction anti-air. Air-to-air even.
Absolutely fantastic play. And again, that ground-based play is how he plays it. And he's got that wild style, right? He kind of has these bust-up moments, as you saw right there with the EX bird legs, and just goes in with his pression, with his oppression. Just keeps it on. Heavy punch right here to deal with the B skill, saying don't throw out that button too much. But
yeah,
now that
surprised to
crouching
see
medium
Shine
kick,
missed that a couple of times. Rob TV has been just outside at a great spot waiting for it. Okay,
There we
this
go.
time though, here's Shine.
blocks it. You can just take a throw. It's okay. That's not
Absolutely, you
a
take a throw there. Yeah, for sure. And just blocking. Trying to build up another V-bar. He would love to get 2 if he could.
And it happens with Ibuki. She definitely can do it. And that makes that crouching medium kick a lot more dangerous. You see him just checking with that in the neutral. Not much can come from that. But the side activation, speaking of trigger, here's it from Rob.
Oh no! Rob threatening now, even still. And Shine definitely is working on getting that second B trigger.
Oh, the wake up right to the super, but it actually lands. I thought it was gonna drop, but he doesn't drop it.
Cheeky.
The CA to see the next round.
Oh yeah!
Oh.
No! The bait was thrown out into the water. Shine took it to his doom. Look, great play by Rob TV in general. Again, that neutral play, super sick. Waiting at perfect spots and a bunch of times. I loved his air-to-air choice. He did wake up a couple times with proper defense. Really good stuff. I love the challenge in that instance, right? Waking up with a low, expecting the shimmy from Shine, and he was exactly right. So a call in that instance. On defense, it can't just be about having your fast buttons and having your invincible wake-ups. SF5 defense is much more nuanced than that. And he picked a perfect time to challenge. It was exactly the right call.
It's definitely a risk reward to, you know, rotating your defensive options and kind of looking outside the box. A lot of people think, oh, I'm just going to do an EX reversal or whatever. But there's other options. Block, throw, tech, things like that. And then, as you saw right there, the low to get the confirm, to get the job done. Well, almost. I mean, he had the CA, didn't finish off, but he was close enough, you know.
Yeah. That was a big part of why he won, obviously.
Yeah. And then Shine with the wake up. But let's see what he's going to be waking up with this round. He's got to do something else. The first one goes to Rob.
Remember, it's still just first to 2 here in top 16.
Loading on up here. I'm excited. Yo, Shine got to come back. I want to see some more matches. I know you at home want to see some more Street Fighter 5, especially between these two who don't run into each other. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
He did the thing?
He did the thing. He picked the jury.
He picked the jury? Wow.
Is that,
okay.
Is that just a kid on the controls? No.
Who's this?
That's
over here?
Shine.
He's been playing this character for quite a while, of course, and in fact, when we asked him to talk about himself a little bit in terms of some questions we asked previously, his one interesting fact was, my jury is nice. And now he puts that to the test versus Rob TV.
What a place to do it. Remember, there's only one spot in the NA East too, so like, for here to get things going, like, with this character, I hope you can do it.
Hey, she's got some great footsies buttons for sure. Great range on the medium, the ability to set things up just like this. Yep, dash in, try it out, no big deal, back off. Great mobility to the character. I do think she's underrated.
I do too, you know, but she's got to do a little more work. Now the character's her damage output isn't super high. But here's the confirm. EX burn on the wake up. So legs again.
Ah, okay, willing to take the risk. Very good.
Wow, Shine looking super strong. Doesn't want anyone to say anything about this, but here's the activation.
Yeah, I had to block the first one there. The second time, it's your turn. And he's just looking for that single hit. You can tell all he wants is the medium, just one. Well, okay, that's fine. You know, that's fine.
The throw will do it. Yo, okay, Shine, you got a jury. I guess you've been working on this, and he does have other characters, right? We've seen Lucia and stuff like that, but I guess his jury is actually kind of nice, but you got to finish the job. This is Rob TV. He's still one up.
Tried for the pinwheel there, but it was just a bit too late. Challenge into it. Nice! All right, make Rob pay here.
Absolutely.
Great damage here on this into even more pressure. And Rob again backdashes. We've seen that a couple times from him defensively so far.
Rob got to find a way out. I mean, this is looking like he definitely has. This is looking like I'm watching just a kid, but at the same time, Rob has definitely had some, you know, matchup knowledge against his character, and he can change if this happens to be bad. He's played just a kid. He's spent the time with that kid, and now, right now though, Shine's looking like a different beat.
Gotta watch for the activation attempt here.
Oh,
yep, perfect call. Perfect call. And look, it was going to be something like Crouching Strong or EX Legs out of Rob TV to try to activate into V-Trigger. And Shine knew it. He knew it was up. And so with the perfectly timed jump over, he gets the game. So 1-1. Okay. I love to see it. Like I said, I do think that she's a bit of an underrated character. I wouldn't tell you I think she's a top tier or anything, but I do think that she has these capabilities. And awesome job by Shine, at least in that first game with her to make it count.
And it looks like Rob TV's just going right back in. Maybe he's found something again. He does have a training partner that is just a kid, so maybe he's got some notes. He's like, wait a minute. Now I remember how to play this character, or play against this character. I've done the work. Gets the crush right here, gets to pick up on the B skill, and that's done already.
And it's certainly a much more buttonsy style so far already for Rob TV. Much more active. He was trying to play neutral a lot last game. Now he's in there, not letting go at all. Oh my god. It was just a snowball downhill on Rob TV's at match point.
Round 2. Right off the bat, Rob TV, he's figured out something, but gets the EX confirm right here. Big tech. Rob staying alive.
So I think that Shine has recognized what was up. You see his mobility now. He does not want to get caged, but here he is, just on the other side of the screen.
It didn't matter. Already on the other side, gets hit with the EX raw. Air legs coming through. Now looking for an activation point. There it is. Try to get the back throw, no
the
go.
EX wake up there, going for the grab. I like it. Yes. Turning that medium into damage. So nice to trigger. Okay, huge.
Oh, there the fight.
And we're going to go down to the final round here between these two. One of them moves on to winner's side top 8.
And if you're Rob TV, you don't want to be losing to Shine's jury. You don't want this man to get on the Twitter and say, my jury's nice.
That's definitely what he would say. Yeah, more jumping. It's definitely more different movement. And finally, now Rob is catching on.
I was going to say, like, there hasn't been enough anti-airs from Rob TV. He's doing too much damage. And now catches him low. The throw.
Yeah, it was a gutsy walk as well. Gutsy dash, too. There have been so many buttons in that situation. Again, the grab. Rob doesn't want to see it. Directly into the corner. And now anything for the kill.
Finally, the anti-airs on the deck. EXDP, though. Was it back in the corner. I love the V reversal. Put a little bit of gray life on the board. You see that one confirmed to do it.
Uh-oh, it's almost here. Not quite. Either way, still. Yeah, grabbing the back throw takes it for Shine, who switches to Jury and takes 2 in a row, sending Rob down to the losers.
I can't say nothing. We were sitting here talking about, oh, that Jury might be lacking. He might be slacking. what's with the pick? But he did it. He sends Rob TV with a jury pick that loses. If you would have told me what was going to happen today in terms of the bracket, the character selection, I would have called you a liar. But right now, I'm looking at something different. This must be a new script, David. This must be a brand new script.
Interesting fact about END Shine, according to the Google Doc that we had prepared. His interesting fact: my jury is nice. That was what he wanted us to know, and he made it count. I mean, he's been saying that for a long time, for years at this point, and I've had conversations with him about the character in the past. Not this year, because I haven't seen a human in 6 months, but in general, last year we did talk. And he told me he'd love to just play that character. He really enjoys her. He just didn't quite think at that time that she was up to where he could do that.
That's true. And we saw Street Fighter League.
Here he is, making it happen.
Yeah. I mean, Street Fighter League, he was kind of working with that character. It was not super good there, right? But we've seen a brand new one, like a brand new Shine. And having, other characters on the deck, especially for matchups that you just don't feel comfortable in, it's such a smart move. Especially right now, Street Fighter 5, we have all this time to practice and work them out and really get them grinded out. All right, Shine, I see you.
Funny, because you could definitely see, I felt, a reason to pick Jiri over Ibuki there. The extra range of something like stand medium kick was super helpful, especially in trigger when that can turn into pressure and damage. That's really nice. The ability to back off and create pressure by releasing the fireball. That all seems to me like stuff that was really, really useful in that matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, that was an absolutely great match. But now we're moving on, people, right through the bracket here. Up next will be Smuggles, Rise of Smuggles, actually, versus El Chicote. Well, it's going to be another Street Fighter League experience for you guys. There's a little bit of preview, and I love watching Smug. He's so enjoyable, especially his streams, especially when he's messing with his opponents and stuff like that, using V Trigger 2 sometimes, whatever. But when it's a real deal, you know what he's going to go with. He's going to go with the G pick, and if he feels like he's not comfortable, he's got the ROG. He's got the old time favorite. Yeah,
I would expect G as well here. I think that's probably the right call.
Especially this matchup.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. Yeah, it can be tough for ROG to stop Mika from coming in, and it can be definitely tough for him to get away. I mean, it can be hard for anybody to get away from Mika, of course, but at least G has the extra neutral control and the fact that he just has the most oppressive V-trigger in the game, and once it's going, it's his match.
Yeah, that is the best one in the game. And, being able to contest the neutral, being able to keep that character out, if you play right, but at the same time, it's Mika. She's chaotic. Yes. You may not be able to keep her out. And with Tay, the aggression, I played Tay before in ranked. And let me tell you, it's like a waterfall of pressure. And I didn't know this character could do it. He does not stop. He puts you in the corner and he runs his mix and it's over. And the thing with G is, he has a 4-frame. He doesn't really have a typical reversal. He's got sort of defensive options in various ways in terms of anti-airs and how his light kick works and things like that. But if Mika gets in, she runs her game, it's game over.
Of course. Yeah. And that's what El Chicote is going to be doing. When we asked him, hey man, what's your interesting fact about you? What would you like us to say to everybody else? He says, I love mixing.
The typical Mika, response. Like if you ask any Mika player, they would say the same thing. That's why you play this character.
Do you see this though? It is the boxer, at least at the start. First to two though, not too much time to test things out.
Round 1.
Is he gonna have V trigger and V skill 2? Yeah, he does actually. Okay, cool. So this makes some sense to me. I mean, once he has V skill 2 activated, his ability to control neutral is definitely increased. He can safely pester. He doesn't have to charge. I mean, it definitely is more effective at that spot.
And one of the great things about ROG is the damage. This character can bump it up, but the only thing that's happening right now, damage-wise, is from top button with the splash, not staying dry, get pushed to the corner. No confirm. It's poking away.
Yeah. Has not even been able to build charge, by the way, before Fury comes on to trigger. Really? Okay, sick. I love the challenge in that instance.
Take his turn back, but the dash up command grab the illegal. Where's the ref? Where's the ref? Right in the kidney.
Round 2.
Smuggles takes the first one. Fight. Oh, you did the tap with the punish from taunt button. From El Chicote. Crush.
Okay, the Fierce on perfect timing. EX to build a little bit more space than he does. And the V skill 2 charge. And once you get that, it can snowball pretty well.
Yeah, I like going for that option, being able, when you have time to do it, build it up instead of going for the Oki. But this is the return. You're stuck in the corner. Got to make some executive decisions. They better be the right one.
Nice.
They weren't. But it's hard though. You know, when you don't have a typical reversal, when you're just, you know, taking a mix like this, like, and you know, Tay is really good about sniffing out what defensive options that you have.
Charging it up, a little bit of damage at least. Oh, here he goes with a huge jump in through that Fierce. Perfect timing on that. Trying to knock on the door, Smug, not answering.
Great life building. There's the crush on the Fierce.
Oh yeah, wake up strong. Let's go. Yeah.
But the wake up super.
And out of the corner, no less.
What a return, but that's such a smart move. You get the switch, and now you put Tay in the corner. He's got to hold this pressure right here. If Smuggles can keep it on. Activation, the disco. Assist me.
Ooh, the jab, the gutsy jab.
Crush. Gonna press the button.
Wow. Okay, I love the chase down at the end. No buttons possible.
Balrog wins.
Very nicely done. I mean, that was really, it was really well played overall. You know, I think that Tay, in talking about the fact that he likes to mix up, I mean, he doesn't, I would give him a lot more credit than that. I love, for example, the challenge after the down medium V-trigger, just -2. That is his turn. He knows that kind of stuff, right? He has all the defensive tech on deck as well.
Okay, back throw. And Smug just really good about putting himself in a position where he does not want to be in the corner, right? Always working away, but always staying relatively close. And now that Beast is definitely going to help out. Lets you stand with the plus frames. Crush the follow-up upper. EX all the way to the corner.
Chooses to press. Oh, did you see where he walked back off to? It was just outside of that crouching Fierce. Genius.
Disco didn't even get the land. Smug with the upper.
Okay.
Raw. That was raw, David. That was upper tartar.
Yeah, was it? I think that might have just been undercooked. I don't know. But in any case, it worked out. It's match point.
Yes, sir. I mean, yo, Smug is cooking, but now trying to put out the flame is Tay. Gets the command grab. Another one. The Brimstone. Challenge, though. While trying to find his way out of the corner. Like the plus frame. Taking him back, and now the activation. Dashes up, but Tay is aware. He's awake. He's got the no-dos.
Here we go. Smug with that Fierce has. Oh my god! The guts on this man.
No fear at all. You know scare, I know scare. I'll do this right in front of your face. Builds it up again.
No risk on the anti-air, but here is now Tay pressure. Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. Good work.
Bringing it back. Yeah. Had him a little bit too pressured there. You know, Smug couldn't find an exit sign. Couldn't find a way to escape.
Yeah, like I mentioned, yeah, Smug was not taking a risk on anti-air. Just for fear of that right there. So he blocks properly, great punish. Now the onus is back on Mika at this point. But isn't always.
Smug's got a lot of bar to work with. Spins the V-skill, goes for the EX plus frames, pushing Tay closer to the corner. Right in the face with the straight.
Another straight. To get the activation.
I love
where Smug is standing. It's not an easy spot. Okay, now I have to jump around else. Yes. Okay, well, here we go. The start.
This is fine, though. Not having to take the disco mix-up is way better, right?
Oh, yeah.
EX raw in the corner, or right out. Anti-air medium.
With the anti-air. That's what I'm talking about. Smug is very close. Here comes the mix-up after is... Okay, nice. Slight walk. I love it.
The fadeaway. One more hit to do it. Activation.
Smug. What a little pestering end right there. You're worried about the V-trigger. He goes with a few different lows and finally seals it. Shoutouts to Smug. Whew. We definitely both expected the G. He went with V-skill 2, V-trigger 2, Boxer. It looked great. It looked great. Yeah. But there were certainly moments when he was stuck in the corner and he just made the right defensive calls a lot. And but for that, right, somebody else maybe who was more pestered, more worried on defense might have been in a worse spot than he was, but he was patient there, and it was really to his advantage.
I would have cracked. If that was me, I would have cracked in the corner, but he didn't do that. One thing that he did do is just immediately take the offensive, and we saw so many switches. Using the CA to get out of the corner was big brain stuff right there. And Smug, you know, as you said before, right at the very end, able to go for a low instead of going for the command grab, just conditioning Tay. Just having the activation of the trigger, that's That's beyond me, right, as a player. But it's not beyond him as he moves through winners. Tay down in losers.
Yep, and we have one more winners to decide who makes top 8 side winners. So we know in top 8 we will have CJ Truth versus Shine. Got to find out what the other side will be. We only know that Smug is there, and now it's up to Itachi's Legacy and Dan Slip. So Itachi's Legacy, a player from the DR originally, has been living in the US for quite some time, over a decade now is what he says. And he also says, I love this. He's the only one who actually wrote about himself. Everybody was like, my jury is nice. It was, whatever. This guy says, I'm a guy that likes to have fun. I try to enjoy everything I do. I work out and play basketball. Street Fighter is the only game that I play. I'm originally from Dominican Republic, but I've been living in the US for over a decade now. Thanks for the story. That's what I'm talking about, right? Let us know a little bit about yourself. Not just, what was it? I like mixing. I love mixing. What do you do?
Yeah, if you're a Mika player, we know that. But we
already knew that. Yeah.
Yeah, and he gave us a lot though. Itachi's Legacy gave us, a whole paragraph, whole thesis. But at the same time, he's a super strong player, a super strong competitor. He's actually won some of the locals in terms of Juicy Online just recently, and he has, messed around with the Blanca. He's got actually, it's weird to say, but he's got like a neutral base Blanca. But usually it's the Ibuki. That's been his main pick for the longest. So he's definitely got some mixes on the deck. But versus someone like Dan Slippington. Dan Slip out here, it's going to be a rough one.
You're making him sound like a professor. Dan Slippington?
Hey, that's a name on the CFN. This Dan Slippington,
Wow, he's making himself sound like a professor. I love it.
I love these names. I always love the CFN names, man. I always love looking at, how different people are. Mine's completely, reference to something completely different. But I also love this great Street Fighter 5 action. People, I hope you guys are enjoying the NA East 2. This is the last one, the last spot. So everyone is, working hard to get that final spot. We even have DR Mandrake coming back. I always call him Dr. Mandrake because, he's surgical, but he's going to come to gatekeep. But there's so many other competitors out here, new and old, in terms of, coming through the brackets on both sides. So I couldn't tell you who's going to take the bracket because we've seen so many blowups. Brian F didn't make it. Zaffarino didn't make it. So many other players, that you might have expected to make it through, unfortunately didn't make it to the top 16 or even close to that.
It was a tough one, and that's what we expected. And looking over the brackets, as soon as we saw who was in there, I'm sure all of us had the same kind of reaction, that each pool had multiple people who could credibly make it through. And that's exactly what happened. It's, in some cases, not the people who I might have thought were the #1 favorites, but in all cases, the people who came through are people who are very, very strong.
One of the great things about these, online tournaments is being able to watch their streams and watch, all the salt and stuff like that. And also, on the other hand, like watch their process and, Zaffarino's kind of breaking his stuff down and, take a look at what he did wrong and such and what he did right. So it's always good to, take a look at their pathways. But this is where our pathway is at right here. Winner side still. Dan Slippington versus Itachi's Legacy.
Round 1.
Daniel Slippington up here. Professor Daniel Slippington.
Gotta give him the respect.
He starts out with the Dan Slip. What a genius. He deserves the professorship for sure.
The hooligan, raw in the neutral.
Man, he started out with the Dan Slip. I love it.
All right, Beast go back out of the corner, though. Itachi's Legacy trying to fight his way out. Good blocks, goes for the EX, man. He loves to play around with that hooligan, right? Like, that's one of the tentpoles of his game plan. It makes him so frustrating, but also hard to play against.
Yeah, it's just rare that you see it used in the way that he does. He's really one of the only Cammy players. Okay, confirm comes here. We see a mix-up. Oh, interesting.
EX right, a neutral jump. Some distance between them.
Yeah,
blocks the EX.
Plus. Oh! Looking for a great situation there, but now he does have V-Trigger activated. You know that. Itachi's Legacy knows that. Henson backing off at least briefly. Hold on. Right back into the
whole damn bar. Goes for the medium. There's the shimmy, the bait, the bite, the buffet of damage stance. Slippington with the smart stuff right here. Takes the first one.
Daniel, okay.
Graduated from the College of Scammy Cammy.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's right for CJ, but I do think that's definitely right for Dan Slip.
Itachi's Legacy with a better draw right now. Looking a lot better this round until the scamming starts. Gets the throw into the corner.
And ready on the anti-air. Great spacing for it. Will he get the corner again? He does. Itachi's Legacy not looking for it, or else looking to get away in some way. He's still caught. Still caught. Still caught.
Done. The fadeaway right there. Dan gonna take this with a back throw.
Daniel Slippington.
Cammy wins.
Professor of Street Fighter.
He's got the cap on and everything, man. He graduated from the school of Raw Hooligans. But the thing
He
is,
definitely did.
speaking of hooligans, that changes up how you deal with his his approach, right? In the neutral, because that's going to be like, oh man, he's got a hooligan coming, now it's a jump in. It just brings out the power of Cammy's aerial approach, and you saw that right there. Now we're seeing change possibly back to the character select screen. I did tell you guys that Itachi's Legacy has been working on a Blanca, actually a V trigger 1 Blanca as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and speaking of Blanca, I mean, he's more of a he doesn't really rely on a lot of like tricky movements and things like that. He's very neutral based, but I feel like Itachi's Legacy in that match was more about lacking more as a player than it was the character choice, right? So maybe he's taking this time for a breather. This could just be like, I'm just taking a second. I got to cool my brain and cool off Dan.
It's hard to play against Dan Slip. I mean, I've done it a couple of times online. It's a style that you are just not as accustomed to dealing with. He puts so much of himself into Cammy, and I find that many of the people who play that character have trouble really building that identity. But if you see Dan Slip, you didn't know who that player was right there, and you saw the hooligan 5 seconds in, you already know that it's Dan Slip. He plays such a unique style, and that does mean that you have to approach him differently. You have to keep different things in mind than you may against other people. Not easy.
No, absolutely not. As you saw right there, Itachi's Legacy just couldn't, pin him down at all. So many side switches, and he's always great about like knowing where he's at on the screen. I say this about a lot of top players. They know that they don't want to be in the corner. They don't want to be in that corner. They know how bad it can be, especially when you're fighting different characters. And, Dan Slip able to stay out there. And it looks like Itachi's Legacy is going back to the Ibuki. Sticking with it. And I agree. Like we said, as I said before, needs to stay with that character and find his way in with that, and maybe not switch to the Blanca.
Makes sense to me too. Yeah. So far, it already seems a little bit more offensive. I'm not sure that he walked forward in that way for most of the last set. Now it feels like he's caught yet again. It's jump around us again. This is back to what Dan Slip wants it to be very, very quickly. There it is. Gotta knock it down. You gotta knock it down.
You gotta say, hey, no hooligans here. Nice anti-air again. Woo! The punish, able to get a conversion off of that too as well. The flip out though, Itachi's Legacy looking a lot stronger this round, and the V skill, the rear back, able to clip that normal. Itachi's Legacy waking up.
That was such a great round. What great offense. What great reactions yet again here as well, even after Dan Slippington spent a bar. That is really, really nice. Oh, well.
Until
okay.
Did you have the arc? That's the
Genius
thing.
EXDP, to be honest.
Fantastic. But like the thing is, you got to deal with this Cammy, right? You have to be able to, be careful of her art changes, because if she dive kicks right in front of you, you're gonna whip the DP.
Oh, stealing a bunch of space.
It's free real estate.
And ready. Look, that's totally fine for Itachi's Legacy. Just get the knockdown, get back to neutral. Although now he's in trouble.
That was Eat Set with a clip.
Okay.
Final round.
The Professor back into the mix. Class still in session for him.
About to put poor old Itachi's Legacy into detention right now. Man, that's unfortunate.
And yeah, I feel like Itachi's Legacy has taken the bait on that 2 or 3 times so far.
If you're not going to learn, I'm going to keep doing it. And I definitely agree. Why change what's broken? Having not confirmed anything.
Hey.
TP go.
Yes. And he takes the combo into just trying to maintain it. If he can keep things up so that Dan Slip can't activate, that would be great. No dice.
Itachi's Legacy. A lot of gray life just backing off to let that build away. Dan Slip as well too.
Ooh,
the roll the neutral.
All the tricks, dude. I can't believe it. It's so good.
You can't pin this man down.
No, a big error for Dan Slip.
Itachi's Legacy gonna come.
And of course the EXDP. You made the error. The opponent punished you. The classic. I don't want this. I don't want to see this. Get me out of here, DP.
He loves having that momentum. He loves having that pressure. The empty hooligan.
I can't believe it.
You can't stop this man. No confirm. Not the trigger from Itachi's Legacy off the Fisco, but the heavy will do it. Dan Slip does it with the sledgehammer. Break
Dan Slip, top 8, winner's side. What a unique player. honestly, V skills in those situations like that, sure, it's plus on block, but it takes a long time to start up and is quite vulnerable as it does so. Hooligan, same kind of thing, right? You have better frame advantages on the dive kicks, but it takes quite a while to start up, and we saw that getting knocked down. I almost feel that the intention, the use of Hooligan forced Itachi's Legacy to then look for Hooligan as the approach, which then maybe opened up V-Skill as the approach. It's not a sentence that you tend to hear about Cammy, but that is kind of what it seemed like to me. And again, very, very unique play style out of Dance League.
Definitely building up, those layers upon layers upon layers for the game plan to work out. But listen, we're going to take a short break right after this, I think. We're taking a break after this? Yes, we are.
Indeed.
So, I had to make sure, but I'll be making sure there's going to be some more great Street Fighter V action when we return. Don't go anywhere. Oh, no.
Make your move.
Hey, you! Show me a real attack.
Anti-airs, or AAs for short, are attacks done from the ground with the intention of attacking an opponent who is in the air. Characters usually have at least one normal attack anti-air and one special attack anti-air. Normal attack anti-airs are generally easier to do execution-wise and help put the user at a comfortable position. But do be careful though, as there are moves in the game which are designed to counter these types of anti-airs. But what about special attack anti-airs? Special attack anti-airs are slightly more difficult to perform and sometimes come with benefits that normal attack anti-airs probably can't offer. All depends on the character. Special attack anti-airs have some sort of priority to airborne attacks and are generally more reliable than normal attack anti-airs. In most cases, they can even counter aerial options that change a character's jump arc. When picking a character to play in Street Fighter V, one of the first things you should do is find out what their anti-air options are. As they will save you from taking a considerable amount of damage. Anti-airs are extremely important at any level of Street Fighter, as it helps assert your control in a match. When picking a character to play in Street Fighter V, one of the first things you should do is find out what their anti-air options are, as they will save you from taking a considerable amount of damage. Throws, also referred to as grabs, are quite prevalent in Street Fighter V and are a valuable asset to a character's arsenal. The two types of throws you should know about are the forward throw and the back throw. Forward throws are performed by holding forward on your controller and pressing light punch and light kick simultaneously. You can also press light punch and light kick without inputting a direction, and a forward throw will still come out. For the back throw, you have to hold backwards on your controller and press light punch and light kick at the same time. Forward throws are the primary throw, as they can help take the opponent closer to the corner, and in the corner, they are really effective. The back throw, however, can inflict more damage and potentially more stun. All depends on the character. One last thing to note is that some characters have regular grabs that require the opponent to be in a certain position. Now what happens if the opponent inputs a throw around the same time you do? Well, what happens is that you nullify the throw, which causes a throw escape.
Obvious.
We usually call these throw techs or throw breaks. All in all, throws play a big part in Street Fighter V.
Welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. We are here for that NAE's 2 action, Street Fighter style. My name is St. Cola, and I am joined with Ultra David. David, where are we going right now?
We're going to go to the loser's side right now, and we have a match that I'm very much looking forward to. This is going to be Brutus versus Adnan. Winner will play against Itachi's Legacy. So Brutus is the grappler player extraordinaire, Zangief and Abigail, and Adnan is a Dhalsim player. Very strong with Dhalsim. He has a unique take on the character that I always really enjoy seeing. And I gotta think that this is gonna be Abigail versus Dhalsim. Zangief versus Dhalsim is a little tough. Some geniuses out there make it look even almost. I saw a match this morning where Kichpama did just that. But in general, yeah, come on, go with Abigail. There's definitely a much better chance of making it work with that character, who has plenty of tools to make it in on Dhalsim, to counter poke against Dhalsim. Certainly, runs a train if he ever actually gets in on Dhalsim. It can be hard for him in this match.
And this is unfortunate for Brutus, who has been the one to take down MetroM. Actually, and before this, also took down a Falk player as well. So he's been running into hard matchup after hard matchup. And now he's got to go against Adnan, who's a great sim, one of the proteges of Arturo. You always, every time I pop in NLBC and Adnan's playing, Arturo's in the background saying, "Oh no, do this," or "Oh, he did that right," and things like that. So it's always fantastic to see the growth of other players, especially other sim players as well too. So
yeah, the Dhalsim community is in an interesting place. There's a big group chat that I'm still checking in on now and then, and many different ideas about the character. Some people think that he's weak still. I think that's not the consensus anymore. He's at least pretty good, I think, as many people think, although maybe not fantastic. But Adnan has always had a different take on the character, and it's really cool to see. I should clarify that I don't think that Abigail beats Dhalsim, just that in certain cases it can be hard for Sim to get out once Abigail's in. The question is Abigail going to get in? And he's got some tools, but it's not easily done.
But that's also a character, even when the matchups are bad, he can make the difference up and then some. He's a big boy with big damage. This is some big damage right here. Catches him in the corner. Another Abigail punch. Mashing out one more hit for the stun. B reversal. Not checking out. Another one.
Yeah, I think Adnan will take that one right there. At least get out of the corner. It's going to be hard to pester, but he can do it. Like I said,
I love the Gale.
Here he goes. Here he goes. There is a super on the other side. Oh my god.
The mix wasn't even much of a mix. It was just the conditioning.
Oh, he could definitely get a chip kill or not. It works out though. It works out. There was no reversal on the other side at the time, but he went in.
Yeah. Brutus able to take that one. Unfortunately, Adnan had to hold that no matter what. Just getting a little bit more aggressive here. So it's Adnan. Answers back with the Gale. Crushes the flip. I love that, knowing to deal with that. But here's the EX rush punch. Adnan has such great defensive options against what Abigail wants to do. You saw the flip against the, or you saw the slide against the flip, sorry. And then also the view reversal too as well when it finally lands.
He went in. What a gutsy fella. Hold on though. Brutus getting some pressure for himself. All he really wants is that corner. Once he's there, he'll feel much more comfortable.
Cancel, right to the V trigger. This is the overhead EX punch lands. Metro crash, one more hit to do it. There it is, the combo from Brutus, the 3-piece. Brutus wins. We're talking about, what's on paper, all this stuff like that, but what happens in the match is much different. We saw Brutus, as you said before, when he lays it on, when Abigail lays it on, he can make the difference.
Yeah, exactly right. I think this is absolutely the right character pick here. Shout out to Brutus. He made it look exactly like what he wants to do. He wants us to know that he's the first Canadian to make top 16 this year in CPT East, which is great. As for Adnan, his special thing about himself was, I play a very big role in the music, entertainment, and food/beverage industry.
Oh, okay. So multiple things. Man of many talents.
Yeah, it is true. I just think it's hilarious that he mentioned it.
Let's see if he's talented enough to take down Brutus right here, as Brutus is up 1. Entire jab, gets a heavy jump. That jump is so good. It's like a missile coming down. It's like a dive kick.
Again, the jab. Shout outs to Brutus for guessing right on those many times. Here he is yet again.
Can't teleport in front of this man's face. Every single time it's been checked. And there, another Abigail punch for the finish. Brutus on match point in quick succession.
Adnan, he needs to settle down. So many times he has been hit as immediate. Crouching short has worked multiple times at this point. He is just refusing to stay still as he wakes up. Here he is, though, hanging out. And unfortunately, Brutus gets it exactly then. Shout out to Brutus. Oh my god, the music's so good right now. He understood exactly that Adnan needed to play patiently. Come on!
Wow, Brutus, leave him alone. Let him play. Let him pick up the control of the trade and do it. You'll take that any day of the week because that'll take you through loser's side. Unfortunately, Adnan is eliminated from the tournament.
It was just absolutely textbook grappler versus zoner play right there. The understanding that Adnan had gotten too busy on Wake Up, that he was pressing too many buttons, he was getting hit low very frequently, enough that I too recognized it, right? But Brutus is in the moment, recognized it, immediately went to button into cancel run, command grab, then the regular command grab right up front. That is the solution when you realize that somebody has been doing the same thing too often, right? You switched up instantly, and he did. He preemptively did that before having waited to see it very often, which I think was, again, just textbook grappler versus zoner play. You make it count once you're in there. He did. As you said, he moves on in losers.
Man, Brutus, yo, he's hungry. And after having such a bad draw and, being sent down to losers, fairly early on, able to make his way through just a slog of bad matchups, and now looking a little bit better as he goes on. Unfortunately, Adnan is out, as we said, so we'll be moving on to the bracket here and more of that top 16 loser side action. Now we have Marvisto versus Terrence. I think you're really looking forward to this matchup, huh?
Well, I'm hoping that it's going to be Honda. Marvisto Honda. He does let us know that he also has a Ryu, but I would expect, I mean, when I've seen him play, it's been Honda.
I would imagine, like, especially you're in the top 16, CPT, you only got one shot. The Ryu might not be the move, especially in the first of two. And when you have such a strong character like Honda, you can really make it happen. But fighting someone like Terrence, fighting someone like a Chun-Li, like, where it's either, depending on who you talk to, even or maybe in Chun-Li's favor, it's difficult, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that this matchup is, I maybe have like a bit of a heterodox view on it. I feel that Honda versus Chun is an even-ish matchup. I don't think it's bad, but it feels like every other Honda player thinks that it's bad, and all the Chun-Li players that I know think that it's bad. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but in any case, I would hope that it is Honda. But if instead he goes with Ryu, I think I would understand if he feels that that's maybe a more doable matchup.
Right.
Maybe
if
that's
he's
what
been
he
more
would go with
comfortable.
here.
He's been making work, in the Costa tournaments, week after week. If he's not appearing top 8, top 3, I believe he's won a few of those. But he has definitely been training, grinding with the East Coast side of things. So that he's prepared and ready. Sometimes it is the Ryu, but when I really see him work is with the Honda. And
yeah, for sure.
He definitely might be bringing that out here. I would imagine, right? You don't want to be seeing a Ryu. It'd be great to see Ryu in top 16.
Either way would be cool.
It's not going to be.
Big man. Not only that, but he goes with the best costume in Street Fighter V.
And the same color that you love.
This is not only the best costume, but the best color. I feel like I'm very happy about this.
This has got to be a shout out to you,
This is going to be tough for me not to just absolutely root for him. It's going to be hard.
Right.
This is hard commentary right now. So why do I think this matchup's not terrible? It's because I think that Honda counterpokes well underneath some of Chun-Li's buttons, with buttons we're already seeing a bunch of. Crouching fierce, sweep, stand medium kick, stand strong, crouching strong. I think are all buttons that are designed pretty well to deal with it. He has good anti-air, and he can do it in a way that can shut down both of the approach options from Chun-Li. I wouldn't tell you that I think he wins, but I do think that he's personally is not too out of luck. Anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Right. Let's see right now. He pushes the corner, but gets out with the headbutt. Getting closer and closer to trigger.
Wow, what a little harassment there. Yes.
Yes.
Saw that she was standing up. Here he goes.
And you see Terrence is backing away. Doesn't want to get hit one more time.
Wow, that was right on the tippy.
Slide.
Super great range. Shout out to Terrence. That was perfectly placed.
We've been talking a lot about Marvisto, but
oh, here we go. What a confirm on this. It was a too early challenge out of Marvisto, and that's probably the round. What a great ending there from Marvisto, who tried it out. I'm sorry, from Terrence. Marvisto just pressed a button that you would normally press. Oh, she pressed sweep. Okay, it's my turn. But in V-Trigger 2, it's not like that.
And we've been talking about, Marvisto, all well and good, but, Terrence, definitely a Chun-Li player who's been one since the dire times she's been nerfed since Season 1. But here we go. Almost done and done. The reversal, though. Marvisto keeping him in the corner.
Ooh, no
slide, no activate.
Yeah,
Very raw right there.
yet. Marvisto trying to play patiently. Here is Terrence. Doing what he needs to do. Already almost has the corner here.
That lane play definitely working out right here. Not taking too many risks here. But, you know, Terrence still going in.
Ah, very nicely done. That was going to be the plus on block one, and instead Marvisto shuts it down.
He knows the frames. Look at the fat data. Marvisto, though, only one hit away from evening things out. I see the CA at the bottom. Won't use it, but will definitely probably use one bar if he needs to. But in still great position. He doesn't have to overextend. Even being pushed in the corner, you still have some options to get out. And there's one of them. There's one of them, David. The EX butt slam. The skid marks coming through the skies.
Final round.
What if you gave a character an 8-frame half-screen plus on block special? I don't know. Is that pretty good? Seems pretty good. Maybe. I don't know.
Remember when they said this character wasn't that good? Even when the season had happened and he got the buffs, they were like, nah, I don't think Honda's that good. All it took was for someone to start using these tools in an effective manner. The Honda players start piecing things together.
That said, here's Terrence again. Oh, what a challenge. Okay, dang.
The splash. They went out here. The spinning bird. Corner carry, the crush.
Terrence in pressure, got a great situation for himself. Regular. Terrence, not quite there on the solution. And now real old sweaty old man Honda there.
Oh, right for the super?
Bar. It's not super damaging, I don't know.
Think it's gonna kill? Oh, scaling. The cuts saves him.
It's close.
Yo, Terrence.
It's close. Terrence would love to activate if he can get a slide. He doesn't want to have to spend bar. Yes, here it is. It's his turn. Oh, patience.
Gotta find that confirm. Gotta find the hit to do it.
Marvisto trying to play this patiently.
Now I'm tense. I'm clenching my seat right now.
Well, Terrence is not giving in. You know, you have sometimes the feeling that you need to rush 19 seconds on the clock. He's not giving into that, and I think that's very important, but it's coming down to the wire, and Stanch passes short from Marvisto, ends up taking the round. It's game one going to Marvisto.
I gotta say that Terrence's like aggression, even when he's low on life, low on resources, or at any point where he feels like he's on the back foot, is great because you don't ever want to, let off the gas too much against a character like Honda. At the same time, Terrence, his lane play and not overextending doesn't allow much to come from Marvisto doesn't allow much to come from Terrence. Like Marvisto has that lane play. He's just like just a turtle out here. He's got the shell up and he can't get through. Pure defense.
What a beautiful character.
You wouldn't hear that from other people but Honda players.
You probably would not. Probably would not.
But you got to give credit to how this, how Marvisto plays in terms of like, that lane play and stuff like that. And that's an art. That's something that has to be learned too.
Very handsy all of a sudden. That's a lot of chip damage to take. Here's a link. Oh, no cancel. And this now gives Terrence a big chance. He would love to get that slide activate. That's exactly what the neutral jump's about. What a call! He didn't have super quite yet. And he seals the deal. It's match point Marvisto versus Terrence.
Easy bait oven on that EX spinning bird right there. Marvisto really making the Honda work. And just, you see a lot of people saying Honda is easy work. It's easy, but I feel like if you get to this level, you're fighting someone like Terrence like this, you really put the effort into learning this character and the nuances.
I'd love to see more pressure like this. I feel like this is the first time we've really seen extended harassment out of Terrence. A miss, unfortunately, for him there. Here we go! Don't count Marvisto out yet. He needs basically 2 hits to take it. There was a quick rise instead of back tech. Super good call on Terrence's side.
The checks. That gray light. Building back up. Marvisto. Just walking back with it. Gets it. The crush. It goes right to the super once. They get closer to that threshold where they're both even on damage. But you look at the other side, there's a lot of butter to cook with on Terrence's side. Let me see what's on the menu.
Marvisto's way away from the kitchen right now. Unfortunately, that super lands him. Full screen. Now Terrence can activate if he'd like. I mean, it's going to be pretty... Oh, hold on. Activation, not quite. There it is. Here it is, of course. And beautiful timing on that. It was just enough timing that Marvisto thought that it was his turn to press the button. Of course, it is Chun-Li's turn if she activates the first hit of that. He pressed the button so late that it worked, and I love seeing that kind of stuff. The funky little timings.
That's like the nuances that you have to know about your character. Either if it's Honda or Chun-Li, it doesn't matter. Well, headbutt works out, being able to stock up the B skill. Makes those confirms off the normals even stronger.
Yeah, that's a straight punish right there. Oh no! Unfortunate there for Terrence. Marvisto now handsing in the corner, puts him in jail. The hands jail. If she's crouching, you cannot do a free EX button. He's very patient. He knows that. Again,
the hands in the corner push.
Again, the chip. Oh, what a jump timing! So good right there from Terrence.
Where are you going? Locking him down with the
There's
heavy?
a big dangerous turtle coming in. That red bar's are going. The blue one's almost there too. Okay.
But it's going to be Terrence with a confirm. With the super.
And the big boy? Not big enough.
The CA to see you next round. The adjustments from Terrence to start being a little bit more aggressive right off the bat. Yeah. To start laying on the heavy punch and really going for those punishes that you have to have against a character that can clean you up, like you said, in 2 combos and 2 hits at a certain threshold. Like, that's really important, and that's the smart stuff from Terrence.
Totally, yeah. I'm especially thinking about that series that he had in the left corner when he was really harassing super well again and again and again. I would love to see more of that kind of stuff. He just hasn't often been in the position to make it happen.
Anti-air, but at the same time, anti-airing against Honda, a little difficult with the stop sign, the movement.
And the backwards movement, I think, is something that is a little underrated as well. Not being in a spot where he has to always just block the fireball, not being in a spot where Chun-Li can count on him being in a certain spot, that's been really effective at making Terrence want to move forward into a space that's maybe less comfortable to set up. Wow, okay.
Works out. Is it wall? Well, yo, EX right back at you with the leg.
There it is. No, look. The link wasn't there. Looking for crush.
He was coming through. Nice anti-air.
Gorgeous.
Locking him down.
Continuing to hold it down. Not anymore. Oh, and a big stolen turn right there. That said, there could be an activation, and so Marvisto playing with his spacing a little bit, trying to not to be there. Stuck there now, it seems.
Uh-oh! The press button. But here's a crush. Oh, no, David.
It's not enough yet.
Yeah, gonna save that last bit.
Wow, that was so sick.
Oh, my God. Marvisto.
What a genius. It's match point now for Marvisto.
The thing about, Honda play, people, down Honda players all the time, they say, they insult them, but Marvisto's really running some smart play right here, right? This is a case study of, how to play this character effectively and smart, but, here, Terrence is with the pressure.
Yeah, this is exactly what Terrence needs. Nice.
Yeah,
perfect timing. He's working on the orange bar. It's not quite there. And he chose not to do EX looking for it. Oh, my God, hold on a second. Just outside of where that hand is. Oh,
backdashing.
Yeah, you can see Terrence does not want to be there.
Yo, he's afraid. I'd be afraid too. This is a horror movie, man. I'm trying to escape on the boat. My man's locking us down. There's the crush, the follow-up.
Look how sweaty he is. Ugh. Okay, hold on now. Marvisto's still in here.
The sweat is from the work, David. He's putting in the work. He's putting on the hands on the man right now.
Giving up V-trigger, probably for this round. Marvisto backing off. He does need to make some damage happen. Terrence is being very patient, does not want to get got. That is prime importance right now. Beautiful stuff.
The punish.
Overhead or low, and it's overhead. Match point now for both. One of them's out. One of them moves on and losers.
The final game, final round right here between Terrence and Marvisto. Blocking out, and again, just as you said before, backing off, and then coming in with the fireball, changing the approach constantly to deal with a lot of the hands pressure, and then find a way in on his terms.
Oh, love the minions.
EX punish. I love the corner push off of this.
Great backdash. That does put her in the corner, though. At least outside of the hands jail. Ooh. A little bit of chip here and there. You can tell neither one wants to make the big bet. Yes, right through. On time. He saved that for the last round. Here comes Marvisto. Here comes Marvisto.
The raw stop. He reversed right through it. I love that option.
Okay, yes, I love the challenge there. Terrence willing to do it.
Terrence still answering back again, even though he's on the precipice. Will still lay the aggression down. You cannot let this character get away, especially with the seconds down, winding down on the clock.
Tries it once. 26
winding
seconds
down.
now. Marvisto does jump in. No! Oh my gosh, it was a chance right there. And another one.
Oh,
Super's on
board.
deck.
Super.
That's gonna be it for Terrence. He makes the comeback. He's gonna send Marvisto out of this tournament. What a set by both players right there. That was fantastic patience whenever Terrence needed it. He wasn't ahead of himself. You know, in those situations, many people do get ahead of themselves, whether they're in offense, whether they're in defense, whether they have the life lead or not. Some people can crack and put themselves in a bad spot. He never did that. He never did that. Shout out to Terrence. I think that was played extremely well.
That was super well. I mean, that was just like knowledge of not only his character, but also how to deal with Honda. But it was Marvisto, though, on the other hand, who just excelled at playing the lane game when he needed to, and then pulling out the stops, especially at the end. You saw the X headbutt to go to the fireball, because we saw the fireball come out many times, but he was like, I'm going to wait, and I'm going to bait, and I'm going to punish. And he did so, and he's going to be moving on losers. Unfortunately, that means Terrence is out of the tournament. Wow. That was great play.
Yeah, super good match. I think that was a lot of fun. I mean, I'm always, there are not many Honda players to watch, right? And so whenever I do get a chance to see one, for me it's a blast. Shout out to Marvisto. We're gonna be moving on to the next loser side. Yep, which will be Child 233 versus Space Boy. By the way, winner of this will play against Rob TV.
Absolutely. We are going to be, man, I can't wait to see Rob TV come back up on the deck. You know, I'm getting ahead of myself, but seeing Rob TV come through, you know, always a treat, even if it's on the loser side. But then again, he's going to have to face off between one of these two powerful competitors who have been making waves in the Reddit Street Fighter tournaments, a lot of online tournaments, especially Space Boy, who competes all the time, depending on whether it's Grand Blue, Street Fighter. He's hungry for it. And let me move down the line here real quick. Oh yeah, my mistake. I'm sorry. You know, Terrence had won that last one. I'm so ahead of myself. Marvisto, though, is the one who's out of the tournament. Hey man, it's just too much excitement, too much great Street Fighter 5 play. Everyone's so hyped. Everyone's trying to get through, because this is the finale, right? NA East 2. This is the last shot for everyone on the East side, and it's already, you know, sad to see. We've already said so many times that, you know, Brian F and a few other players are just not in the tournament anymore. You know, it's unfortunate, but that just shows you the level of competition that we have for Street Fighter 5, where everyone's working hard, using this quarantine time wisely and effectively to train and get ready and prepare, whether it's, you know, being in tournaments or you know, stay in training mode like CJ Truth or otherwise.
Well, again, this will be Child 233 versus Space Boy. It's super cool to see these players in here continue to be very strong representatives. Space Boy with that extremely strong Sakura we see online quite regularly. He wants us to know about himself. His interesting fact: I like burgers, anime, and fighting games. So that's cool.
Burgers, anime, and fighting games. Okay.
Child 233 says, no matter how many times I lose, I'll keep fighting. RIP to my cousin Chadwick Boseman. And definitely echoed that as well.
Same here. So great stuff. You know, people showing their love on Twitter about that, and you know, Child, it's great to see him in the tournament. Like, fantastic ROG player. Really been. I feel like this has been his year where he's starting to get noticed. Right? He's really starting to get the shine that he's deserved, especially after he's been going up in the ranks and such. Really starting to become a threat that people have to watch out for in a lot of exhibitions, a lot of tournaments. Man, it's just one of those players where, like, again, it just shows you the power of online. Right? People coming through the online brackets and things like that and making a name for themselves where they may not be able to travel as much. This is their shot. This is their opportunity. And what better way than, you know, CPT online?
Now, this is the best place to do it for sure. Winner of this tournament, of course, will qualify for Capcom Cup. Second place gets exposure. Not nothing, but also nothing.
Might as well be. Yeah. If you're second place, you're the same as last place in this tournament. That's why everyone's fighting so hard to stay in it, to win it. So we're going to be seeing, you know, Chot come up on the deck against Space Boy, or, you know, as the Reddit group will call him, Space Boy. We've definitely been winning a few of those, or if not winning, making top 8s regularly. Just super strong with that Sakura play. Dabbled here and there with a few characters. I saw him with a Urian pick before, kind of messing around, but he knows where he's best at, and that's Sakura, a character that's kind of under-devaluated, I would say. You know, still a very strong character.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think Sakura is strong this year. Started off with a W at Evo Japan, after all. You know, yeah, looking good. Totally. pester in this match. Rock's got to be real careful about where he places those dash punches too.
There's a throw. Blocks the under. And you got to be really careful about throwing at the fireballs. You know, the B skill coming through. Anti-air. Man, Child is locking him down the neutral. Just the dash up throw. The conditioning.
Here it comes. 2 and 2. Ooh, he just tried it out. All right, sick. I respect that. It's hard to deal with.
EX rush punch coming through.
Yo,
Wake
why
up,
not?
DB.
You're willing to be minus 10 before. Why not there?
But I got one too, David.
Okay.
EX upper.
Kind of.
Round 2.
Not really a real reversal, but it worked out for Child though, right? Got a little bit of armor on this, lathered. Child takes the first one.
Not quite. I love this footsie game right here between both. Neither one really overcommitting. Just using that great movement speed on Sakura's side. She's in now. Great damage output, great corner carry. That started off in mid-screen right there, just like this one. And the confirm comes in. Is that stun? Yep.
Let's the bar up a little bit.
In trouble. Okay.
For kill.
Oh,
okay,
not a
able to
second.
activate. Scum with the shoes. The V-trigger activation.
Yeah, next. Wow. Okay.
With the trade.
Okay. Wow. That was a dangerous one right there. If Child had found that hit cleanly, that would have been for the round. For the game, in fact.
But Space Point rotating those defensive options, waking up with the mash. That's what's for breakfast. Evening things out. Jump in. EX. Pickup. DP ender right there.
I love these jab buffers from Child. This is great. Okay, using that walk speed.
Move through.
Yes, indeed. Danger here in the corner. Oh no, the straight up activation. Ah, boy, it is not enough.
He's the final hit to do it. Back throw though. Nap time. You gotta finish the job. Overhead to do it. Chrono to do it. Does it finish off the combo? Don't you have to confirm, dial it out. We saw that bar.
No.
And the finish. Space Point taking care of that error.
Oh, poor Child. That was such a great opportunity for him there on the overhead activation. He had all the meter he needed that could have been for the game. And then instead, just a big execution error. And then what seemed like maybe a big lack of confirm with that super. You got to feel for him in that instance right there. That was, it could have been a game for him. And instead it's a game for Space Boy. Child is one game away from going to loser.
If you're Child, you can't let that shake you, right? You cannot let, especially in losers, you cannot let that rattle you. You gotta, keep your head on, right? Because things like that, for a lot of lower players, like they will definitely get shaken. Like I wasted that, but Child got to stay in it to win it. Shimmy, the bait, the bite, big damage right here. Not stunned just yet. EX coming through, just raw like that. Overhead lands. I'm gonna be activating B trigger to the corner.
Yep, still here. Activation point comes for Space Boy. Child maintaining corner control, trying to in any case. Yep, she gets the invul.
Light and overhead.
Gutsy overhead. Okay, geez. Game match point, I should say, goes to Space Boy.
Space Boy out here. Target combo. Scuffs up the shoot, and the heavy right after, but jumps in on the B-skill. Space Boy gets the XP and the DP right after. We see the corner carry so much, but there's a back throw.
Yeah, I love it. Probably looking for back throw right there.
Interruption on the EX.
And
I love that
corner control, and Space Boy now harassing the stand short buffer into a ton of damage. And one more hit, one more grab, plus frames. Child, this is the opportunity. It's not his turn, and Space Boy knew it and went up for the grab. Wow. Amazing play right there by Space Boy. I think there are a couple things in that match that may have hinted at not the greatest connection in the world, but a lot of what was done was nevertheless very strong by Space Boy. We did see some confirms come from him. We did see great damage output, great movement in some cases. I love going underneath Rog. If Rog is trying to jump at you, that man has no cross up and never has. So I think there was still lots of really good things coming out of Space Boy.
fantastic play, and just using the walk speed of that character, the speed of that character in general. And you saw him using V skill too, which he's kind of been dabbling in. He talked about how on his Twitter that Nauman has been using that. He's like, what if I implemented that in my game plan? Didn't see it a lot, but it did contribute to a big core push. So fantastic play by him to take it over Child.
You got to still be thinking, and I'm sure Child is right now, about that moment when he had the overhead activation in the first game, had super ready, and just didn't get what he needed to get. You got to be thinking about that. It's very unfortunate. I guess at this point, it'll be until next year that he can make it into CPT, though. That's a tough one. But shout outs to Space Boy for capitalizing on that. Many people have been in that situation where your opponent screws something up. It's still on you as the player who didn't screw something up to actually capitalize. And he did do that. So shout out to Space Boy, moves on in loser's side, and will next round play against Rob TV.
Yes, again. Rob TV coming back on the deck again at some eventual point when they play, and they've been back and forth. When they play online, every time I pop into Rob TV stream, and I think he's got a little practice against Sakura. So curious to see what's going to be happening with that. But that's not what's going to be happening up next. We're going to be taking a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to have some more Street Fighter V action. Don't go nowhere. I mean it.
Wondered why you keep getting a counter hit in certain situations. Then one way is probably via the frame trap. A frame trap is when you perform an attack to put pressure on your opponent, then go for another attack right after the animation ends. If the opponent tries to attack between the two moves, then you will earn a counter hit. The first move in the sequence can visually seem punishable, but is actually advantageous on block. This can apply to both normal attacks and special attacks. The standard way to do a frame trap in Street Fighter V is by going for a move that is advantageous on block anyway, and then follow up with a move that is reasonably quick. A frame trap is basically like doing a link, but with safe moves. Let's take Nash for example. When he does crouching hard punch on block, and presses standing medium punch afterwards, if the opponent tries to challenge between the two moves, then the standing medium punch will connect as a counter hit. This is what a frame trap looks like. If the opponent gets hit by the crouching hard punch, then Nash can link into the standing medium punch and it becomes a combo. Learning how to frame trap and being able to identify what a frame trap is super important in fighting games. And every character in Street Fighter V has a few pressure sequences which are actually frame traps. So you need to delve deep into the science of Street Fighter V to know how each and every character's frame traps work. Every character has at least 2 special moves in Street Fighter V. A projectile, an uppercut of some sort, a strong but rapid aerial attack. Special moves are unique moves that help define a character. Some moves are pretty straightforward to execute, whilst others come with a bit of difficulty. Similar to normal attacks, special attacks have 3 different versions. A light version, a medium version, and a heavy version. And just like normal attacks, special moves also play a huge role in fighting games. They can be used at the start of a sequence, to catch the opponent off guard in a particular situation, but they mainly are used to end combos. In Street Fighter V, these moves can help one obtain victory. Outside of the game, some special moves have an everlasting effect on us.
The CPT Online NA East number 2. We already know who's in winner's side of top 8. That will be CJ Truth versus Shine and Smug versus Professor Daniel Slippington. On the loser side, we're still working on it. We know that Brutus made it through round 1 over Adnan. We know that Terrence made it through Marvisto in round 1 losers. And then we just saw Spaceboy send Child out of the tournament 2-0 to move on. Now we have one more of these first round losers side matchups to go. It's DR Mandrake versus THG Ludovic.
This is the villain of the piece, DR Mandrake, coming through. He's already won NA East 1, right? He's already taken the position, but he came here to gatekeep, came here to play, guard out in position, and I'm fine with it. I don't care what people have to say. I'm absolutely okay with someone coming through the bracket again, getting that practice, and getting ready for the Capcom Cup, and especially seeing where they're at, right?
Yeah, I think that I don't know. It's tough. I mean, I certainly understand people who do not want that to happen. But if you are under these rules in which that is allowed, I don't particularly hold it up against a player for doing so. I also want to say good luck to Mandrake on a full recovery. He had a car accident, had some substantial back injuries, as he discussed in the pre-show. And that's tough. Happy to hear that he's doing a lot of physical therapy for that. Best of luck to him. He's certainly done well enough to make it into top 16 here, and he can continue it. It looks like. Why not?
Yeah. And one of the great things about Mandrake is like his play when he plays around ages. So there was a fundraiser yesterday for the Mario Bros, Mario and Luigi, and he was part of that. And he fought Idom, right? He fought Idom, and he defeated Idom. And if that's any way of telling where his skill set is, where he's at, especially against someone who has won Capcom Cup 2019, oh man, next year's gonna be a treat. But we're gonna be having a treat for you guys again. Mandrake up on the deck versus Ludovic.
They may have picked the grid here, and they did.
No, that's unfortunate. Cannot
so
be on the
hopefully they
grid.
realize, and they'll just press buttons against each other. And indeed, they did. Mandrake realized he's just gonna let Lud beat him up for a little bit, so we'll not count this one, of course, and move in as soon as this game's over.
Absolutely, DR Mandrake with that beautiful suit, with magenta, pink, whatever it is. I love that color, dog. That color choice is ridiculous, and you guys will see it real soon here. Just have to wait a little bit as they finish off beating each other up.
So Mandrake got sent to losers in his very second match today by Sonic Box TC. He then had to make it through a bunch of players. Crazy Dave, Eric C, The Life of KB, Mike Too Strong, TC again in the run back, then Delta Red, then Flux Waves. So he has already had a pretty long day in this event.
A long day of gatekeeping.
On Lud's side, let's see who he lost to. He lost to Rushdown towards the end of winner's side, and that was a 2-1. And then at that point, Lud had to beat and did beat No Need to Talk, Kami, and then Rushdown again in the run back there. So these are two players who have already had some pretty good matches under their belt, even before the top.
And again, I hope you guys were watching all the many streams that were going on. I know Rushdown was streaming his experience as well. So being able to again watch these, and if you either weren't able to catch the streams, you can always go on the CFN and watch their matches there as well to see what it had transpired. So we're gonna be seeing what's gonna be transpiring between these two to see who's gonna be moving on the loser side if they pick the right stage.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I gotta situate that part right there.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're hoping to see a match here, and Urian, a character that has been he's the villain. He's the villain out here, right? You see him online. He's just been making waves. Where a lot of Urian players have already been really strong competitors in general, but that new V skill 2 has made it even more of a threat, right, to deal with the fireball pressure in the neutral. The V skill 2, which is called Indignant Thunder, but I call it the Ignorant Thunder because it's absolutely ignorant. Being able to deal with projectiles like that in the neutral, being able to keep the plus frames on like that too, you have to stay in front of that character's face to make sure he doesn't stock up.
Yeah, big damage opportunities with it. Okay, nice. Already starting off well as Lud. establishing the down strong underneath. And I really like where Lud is keeping himself on screen. This is a spot where he can definitely punish a V-skill activation. He can get underneath a fireball pretty well. He can deal with the jump pretty well. His own setup here. Yep, overhead. Nice block.
It's a throw.
Almost there on down strong. It was super close.
Okay. There's the buffer off the heavy. It's a Batista bomb. Closer and closer to the corner with another one.
Oh my, yeah. The stun. And the challenge for Lud, who probably activates, yes. And Mandrake is out of there.
EX coming through to push it back in the corner. Good blocks.
Dude, I love the corner escape by Lud. That was so smart.
You gotta have those. You gotta have that. What can my character do to get out of this bad situation, especially against a character like Yuri that has, you know, the ace reflector and a lot of other things to kind of lock you down.
You do not want to be cornered here, or even mid-screen against this. The hit comes.
Oh my god! Caught him not blocking low. Caught him lacking out here. Mandrake takes it.
Yeah, Mandrake has been living in the U.S. for quite some time at this point. In Florida.
Super strong competitor, very active Urian, you know, in terms of his playstyle. Always moving, always throwing out the normals.
Yeah, he really is active.
With the EX. Yeah.
Great confirms.
That's not an easy buffer. That Coral Punch into the attack. Good stuff here. And a great anti-air too as well.
Oh, no confirm this time. Mostly has gun. And Lud's out of there just at the last little split second to get the cross up.
Interrupt. A challenge, but still stuck in the corner. Gets thrown.
Wow.
EX had to do it. What a decision, because that would have been the stun and done.
Almost super on deck for Lud. And then not in time on the challenge. Mandrake dashing in and Lud not quite there. If he had been just a frame or two earlier, that would have been solid enough, but it was not. Game one goes to Mandrake.
To die with all that bar is super unfortunate, and it's just it's sad to see, right? But that just shows you the strength of Mandrake, who just is all on top of Ludwig. You've got to do something different. I think in some of the errors we had saw that didn't allow him to get out of the corner situation, the crouch communicate, no conversion, before in one of the previous rounds, didn't allow that. So if you're Ludwig, you gotta shore those moments up. There it is, the Ignorant Thunder coming through, getting stocked up. Throwing it out with plus frames.
Yeah, plus frames. Even the chip, by the way, is legit.
It's ridiculous, and when it hits, it's gonna hurt.
It's pretty good, yeah. Lud would love to find some kind of confirm here into getting a knockdown, but he does at least have the corner pressure. It's almost stunned, and then he went in, Mandrake, with the EX leg up yet again. Two big EXs for Mandrake that he has confirmed. Oh my god!
The dash up. EX.
Not quite.
Reset. Bait. Bite. It's done. DR. Mandrake. Mandrake. It's the DRs for Doctor, man. He's surgical out here. He is operating at efficiency.
Neither one taking any big bets. Okay, finally crouching short after the dash comes. But Lud's still trying to hold on to that spot.
Final pressure. Still the heavy kick. EX. The corner push. Lud just not confirming off this crouching unit kicks, which is something I don't really see from him when I see him play. Firewall pressure again, going for the Kokoshos. Building up that sun. Mandrake with the jump in. Gets the fierce and the pickup. Pulling everything all the way back, but gets the activation from Ludwig. EX interrupts the fireball. Keeping Ludwig down. He's got all this bar to work with. The Ignorant Thunder coming through the neutral. Can't be throwing with those fireballs. Another Ignorant Thunder coming through the neutral. Beyond Mandrake throwing out the mirror. Take a look at yourself. Was it another Ignorant Thunder? Let's gotta get these crouching mini confirmed. He's gotta confirm. And he does. Off the B trigger right into the CA. Not enough for the kill. Gotta be careful with the wake up option there. Mandrake pressed, but Lud pressed better. Lud trying to even things out against CR Mandrake. Crush though from the sweep. punish, though. Unfortunate. Lud has been dropping and not confirming so many things, and it's uncharacteristic of him and his play. It's allowing Mandrake to kind of escape situations that would be, you know, better for him. But here, Lud's starting to solidify himself. EX Ashy, and he's coming through the plus frames, gets a Batista bomb, interrupts the dash up, but doesn't get the combo. Pick up off that Coral Punch too as well. DR Mandrake has him locked in the corner. Gotta be careful. I see all the bars at the bottom. My man's got the butter to put on the skillet. How's he gonna cook? Goes for the activation of the reversal to keep him off, but lands it in anyway. EX knees, EX shoulder to do it. DR Mandrake gatekeeps another one.
Urian wins.
DR Mandrake back again. You can say all you want about this and that, about whether or not he should, you know, be in the tournament or not. You know, he already qualified, but his play is surgical. Now, people, you know, Ultra David will be back with us. A little bit of a technical error, so you know, hold solo with your boy Saint Cola as we go through this bracket here. Let me take a look at what we have coming up on the next on the deck for you guys. Look at the bracket coming up on the screen for y'all. We have we have DR Mandrake, who just beat, you know, Ludwig. That's going to be updated soon. But Itachi's Legacy going up against Brutus, who is continuously slinging through bad matchup after bad matchup. And then after that, we El Chicote and Terrence. So we have some more Great Street Fighter 5 action for you as well. As we move on to this loser side, remember, if you lose here, you're out of the tournament. There's no other one on the east side of things. I hope you guys are enjoying this great CPT NA East action. Hope you guys are enjoying Ultra Dave, who's coming back to the call.
Yeah, what's up? What do you mean coming back? I've been here the whole time.
You just let me run the reins, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said earlier, I think it's super cool that you're up here on CPT commentary. I think it's super well deserved, and I just figured, hey man, take the wheel.
Well, let's wheel you guys back into this next match upcoming real soon here. You know, that last match though with DR Mandrake, it just shows you why he deserves to be in that NAE spot, right? Online, offline, it don't matter. You can see the strength in his play no matter where he's at. So it looks like we'll be getting our next contestants in the Battle Lounge right here at Itachi's Legacy again versus Brutus, who has been, it's just been an unfortunate road for Brutus out here fighting bad matchup after bad matchup, but you know, still having the Abigail and the Zangief combo has been working out for him.
You know, what was interesting is one of my friends messaged me as we were talking about Dalsum versus Abigail and said that Brutus actually thinks that that's 644 Abigail.
Oh, okay.
That's cool. But yeah, we'll see here versus most likely Ibuki. You know, I feel like either of these characters has a fine enough time, but I think that if he's more comfortable with Geef, that maybe is more what I would expect. Mm-hmm. But again, yeah, I think either character is fine.
Especially if you lay hands on the man's, like it's over, right? The big damage for both characters. And they've got decent ways to deal with a lot of Ibuki's options, you know, the kunai and things like that. The flex on Geef's side and just, you know, Abigail having a lot of anti-airs and having the EX armor and things like that to kind of contest in the neutral. Like, and again, the damage factor is going to be big in this fight.
Yeah.
Looks like
yeah, maybe Geef. Maybe I would lean towards him picking Geef here. But yeah, we'll see. Up to him. Players are both into the lobby now.
We'll be getting through this action, people. I hope you guys are enjoying CPT NA East 2. Man, I've been so hyped for this because I love seeing the finale, a lot of this stuff. Seeing like when it's really on the line, like you don't have another shot, there's no other opportunity. Like you're really gonna see the level of play just excel because people know that there's only that one shot. Like you got to put your best foot forward in these matches.
Yeah, and especially on loser's side, there's not much margin for error at this point. You only have a couple of games. Exactly right, because we're not in top 8 yet. This is top 16. Winner of this will make top 8. And we'll be there tomorrow, and we'll be in 3 out of 5 sets from then on. Not quite yet.
We're getting there. But you know, it's been a great road. Great. Let me move down here because I don't want to be, you know, getting pieced up by either Itachi's Legacy or
no,
Brutus.
thank you. Yep.
I've run into Brutus a couple times on another account, and it was looking long real quick. Like Itachi's Legacy, I've watched him play enough that I know that it's like. You can have my points. You see him on the screen, like, listen, dude, just take him. Just take him. Please. No fighting back from me. I promise.
So Brutus has only lost today to KnuckleDu, who is looking good again. So Brutus then made it through. MetroM, not an easy match. He did it. Shoutouts to him. Moiki Slaw after that, and then something unique. Each of those was a 2-to-1 set for Brutus. And then, of course, we just saw him get through Adnan in Abigail versus Dawson.
And quick fashion, too. You saw how he dealt with that and, like, made the matchup seem like it was in Abigail's favor. But that's, you know, the power of someone who's been running these, even if it's a bad matchup, has been, you know, running the character knowledge, understanding how to play against those bad matchups and really lab those things out. That's where, you know, people talk about tiers and this and that and weaknesses and stuff like that. There's very few matchups in this game where I feel like they are a straight, you know, 7-3, where you absolutely have to have someone on, you know, on the side. You can make things work. Obviously, it'll be better in your benefit to have a matchup where it's even or in your favor. But you saw Brutus and how he's been working. He's making these bad matchups look like they're you know, on his side, like kind of flipping the script a little bit.
Well, I really like the combination of Zangief and Abigail. It's one that he's not the only one who does, of course. It's what we see out of Itazan. It's what we see nowadays sometimes out of Kichibamu even. And it makes sense because they both do deal with different things. It looks like they have gone into the grid, so we're gonna hold off on showing this. Oh man! But by the way, it was Ibuki versus Zangief, which I think, like I said, that makes a lot of sense. Gief does deal well with her in footsies. I like his footsies. It looks like they're just having Itachi run into Zangief's forward fierce over and over again, which is going to delete that life bar pretty quickly. So yeah, in footsies, I think that Gief does fine here. His absorb is pretty useful in the matchup. You know, huge damage, of course.
I think
a
the
matchup
nerfs
that
also,
historically many Ibukis have not loved dealing with.
Yeah. Also, you know, the nerfs to Ibuki from her air approach from the EX Kunai and stuff like that have kind of hindered her, and her trigger, you know, not being as strong as it was, you know, previous seasons. You know, you have to do more work with that mix.
Indeed, you do. Yeah,
lobby.
you gotta make sure that you are confirming into stuff now. She's still good, but yeah, you have to be a little bit more on the ball maybe than in seasons past. Maybe the top ceiling of the character is maybe lessened a little bit as well.
Still very
so
strong, you know.
Hopefully, it's gonna be something else, some different stage. Expecting the same characters though.
Yeah, expecting exactly what we just saw, you know, for that brief moment, and hopefully we'll be seeing not the grid and a stage that is, you know, not CPT banned.
Yeah.
Read the rules, guys. Come on, read those rules. Got to stick with it. But here we go, back in the match, hopefully on the right stage, and hopefully give you some more great Street Fighter V action East flavor. You know, this has been great. I love seeing the shakeups that have been happening, right? I already said it so many times, but it's good seeing new faces up in this top 8, right? Like Brutus and Itachi's Legacy, both brand new to this top 8 in terms of the CPT East.
Hey, all right. Yes, it's going to be Shadowloo base at night.
There we go. Found the right one, and now we're going to be going into the match here. Itachi's Legacy versus Brutus.
My iron body is
To make top 8 in loser's side.
Fight.
So yeah, keep an eye on this footsies battle. This is really what a lot of it comes down to. Those big buttons from Gief, crouching jab, stand strong, fierce, that sort of stuff. That all comes from a range that's a little bit difficult for Ibuki to deal with in some cases.
Gotta be super careful, and you know that medium punch, being able to check the B skill as well too, so you have to be careful about throwing out your B skills if you're Itachi's Legacy.
Wow, okay.
Wow.
I feel like he ran from downtown. Yeah.
You saw him a mile away, still got hit.
For sure. Oh, a jump. Okay, first time we saw it. Knocks him down. Brutus doing what he needs to do. Looking for jump yet again. None comes. Punish. And nothing. Oh, no. But nothing from Brutus either.
You'll take that hit because the mix could be worse. Gets a laureate right after. Tries to flex what comes next, but it doesn't matter. EX.
I love Itachi's Legacy keeping his spacing right there. And here he comes. He could definitely do this. Okay.
The rider right after.
Oh,
almost the clip, the block, the punish.
The huge bet. The huge bet comes out of Itachi's Legacy. Great block.
Check the name.
Brutus.
It says Big Turn. He's going to be big turning on you.
That's what he's going to be doing. No doubt. Looking for EX. Yes, he's seen no jumps in that situation a couple times now, and so he feels comfortable with putting the SPD on ground. One more mix-up is going to seal the deal.
Oh. EXC bust out, I agree. You had to do something. And now it's time for the activation to make up the difference and more. The dash gets checked. Itachi's Legacy looking for the activation point. But can he find it in time?
Yeah, Brutus now is being pretty cautious in terms of his button choices. Does not want to let activation happen. Uh-oh, it does! In where? Front!
Takes in front. On the other side, this time blocks. The EX comes through. SPD flavored. Is Brutus taking the first one? Yo, Brutus is putting in some work right now. Itachi's Legacy, just moments where I feel like you're not responding to what Brutus is doing in time, or Brutus has you locked and he's like downloading that data a little bit too fast. Like, oh, you're not gonna jump out and go for that EX SPD. And if you're Itachi's Legacy, you gotta be looking out for those moments to either escape or minimize the damage, minimize the bleeding.
It's hard to do that stuff. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to guessing right in those situations, and you can do that some of the time, but you're not going to do that all the time.
Absolutely. Always easier said than done, especially against deep,
Brutus tries for it, and I love the conversion into the knockdown. There wasn't going to be a lot of damage at that range, but at least get the knockdown.
Interrupts the forward heavy kick right there. Love Brutus' choice in the neutral again. The medium punch, and now gets the EX conversion right here.
Looking for jump backs, looking for dashing, and there was actually patience on Itachi's side. It's great to see.
Defense looking a lot better. Need to see some offense, though, to make up the difference. Gotta be careful. Don't let that heavy punch from Brutus.
There it is. He's been looking for that thing for 3 rounds so far. No, the missed link, and now here comes the punish. Into mix-up, maybe? Just damage. And yeah, okay. No EX on Brutus' side, so Itachi maybe feels a little bit more comfortable there.
I love the
now
V
again,
reversal.
though,
Put
anything's
these back
gonna
to
do
neutral.
it. Gotta be economical in footsteps. Only one more kunai.
Gotta stay stingy. Only a little bit from the bank. Just one hit
Meanwhile,
to do
Brutus. He did try. I was about to say he's inching in looking for the SPD, and he got there before it could come out of my mouth. 25 seconds now for Itachi.
Kunai to play with, runs right into it.
That
the
looked
chop
to me,
against the neck.
I think that was going to be the overhead right there. It's what it looked like the startup of. But it wasn't the grab tech, right? It was instead medium. Here comes Brutus. Patience first.
On your wake up.
Oh, is that jab SPD, I guess? Okay. Man,
Question
damage,
time?
but no big deal.
It's a big point. Got a lot of health to play with. Another EX SPD. Another one. On your wake up. Go back to sleep. It's bedtime. Brutus taking over Itachi's Legacy.
Zangief wins.
And it was just too
Top
much
10.
patience. What can you say? I do feel like Itachi having patience defensively versus Geef is important. You can't get rushed. But there were maybe too many times when he sat still and let Brutus get the SPD rather than backdashing. I mean, again, there's ways to beat that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it did seem like Itachi went to the same defensive choice, maybe a little bit too frequently. And in that last round, we really saw Brutus take advantage of that.
Hey, you saw what the Japanese heroes have been saying. That's a top 5 character right there.
That's an S tier character right there, according to some.
All right, people, that's been some S tier play, but when we return, we're gonna have more on the way. Stick with us.
To elaborate more on special moves, there are 2 types of special moves you need to know about. Charge special moves and motion special moves. Charge special moves are moves in which the command input involves holding, or charging in this case, either a direction on your controller or buttons for a short period of time. The 2 types of charge moves that involve a directional input are backwards to forwards, where you hold the controller away from the opponent, then immediately push forward to release the charge. Or down to up. Hold down on your controller, then immediately hold up to release the charge. Do understand that charge characters do not have to be standing to start charging. They can be crouching, jumping, or even knocked down.
You can't run.
Now when it comes to motion special, there's much more flexibility involved. But things can become a little more complicated. To make things easier, I'm going to relate this to mathematical terms. Quarter circle forward, which means 90 degrees towards your opponent. Quarter circle backwards, which means 90 degrees away from your opponent. Half circle forward, which means 180 degrees towards your opponent. Half circle backwards, which means 180 degrees away from your opponent. And full circle, which basically means 360 degrees. The special case are moves that require the Z motion, which is hold forward to down forward with your controller. Some characters have charge moves for all their special attacks, whilst others are purely motion based. There are also characters with the combination of both. At the end of the day, you'll have to find out what works for you. Overheads are a simple way to open up your opponent on defense. They are executed by holding forward on your controller and pressing either a punch or a kick button, depending on the character. However, there are some characters who are an exception to this rule. Chun-Li's overhead is executed by holding down forward on your controller and pressing medium kick. Nakali's overhead is executed by holding down forward on your controller and pressing hard punch. And Ken, well, he has two overheads. One, which is done by holding backwards on your controller and pressing medium kick, and the other, which is done by holding forward on your controller and holding hard kick. Overheads are generally used to catch the opponent off guard whilst they are in a crouching position. And in Street Fighter V, overheads have a very specific purpose, which is to either stun the opponent or get the KO. Think of overheads as an extra offensive option. Do keep in mind though, not every character in the game has an overhead, so it's in your best interest to find out which characters have the overhead option.
Welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. People, we are here. This is it. This is it. NA East 2. This is the last one. We've been saying it because it's very important. This is the last shot for all of these players in the top 16. And boy, we're going to have some action for you. My name is St. Cola, and I am joined with Ultra David. Let's take a look at the bracket here. Coming up on the deck. Oh, Ultra David, what do we have on the menu?
Well, we know that Brutus has made it into top 8 of loser's side. We got to decide who he's going to play against. It will be either El Chicote or Terrence. And then the remaining 2 matches of the top 16 today will be Rob TV versus Space Boy, and then KnuckleDu versus Mandrake. Great matches left to go for sure. Each of those matches that have happened online before, offline before as well. Some of them live near each other even. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so fantastic play, but there's going to be some heartbreakers, as there have been this entire time, especially in the loser side of things. Even beforehand, getting to the top 16 has been rough, but it's also great for the diversity of play. We've been seeing a lot of different, characters coming through, a lot of Chun-Li's, only one Urian. I know the chat's happy about that one. Only one Urian. It's the Mandrake. And we've been seeing a lot of other characters as Brutus has been making it through with that Zangief, but now we're going to be seeing Mika versus, looks like, our boy Terrence up on the deck with a Chun-Li.
Yeah, that's certainly the character matchup that I would expect here between these two players. Both been basically maining their characters almost exclusively for, I don't know, years, 5 years, right? Like at this point.
Yeah. I mean, El Chicote, he's got a few characters that he dabbles with. He's got the G and the Lucia, but those are like dabbles. Those are not like, putting your whole body in. That's like going the deep end, right? He's definitely been putting the most work with Mika, and it shows. Like his pressure with Mika is ridiculous. Let's see how it works out though against Oh my gosh. I am whoa. My man flipped the script. I'm looking at the script and it says right here that he was gonna go Mika, but what is this? We see Lucia.
It's Lucia. And yeah, I've seen him play this character.
I
mean, I watched his stream and I've seen him use this character, but I certainly expected him to run with the Mika here. I don't know how the character matchup is. Maybe he just feels more comfortable in it. But yeah, okay, let's go. Lucia, a character who, I mean, in my view, is pretty strong. I think maybe is a little bit underrated by some folks. Good movement on her, big old floaty jump, but pretty good walk speed, decent zoning, decent pressure, decent damage. I don't feel like she's like one of the best at any of those things, but I feel like she's pretty good at all of them.
I don't think corner carry is that good either, too. Like, there's some issues there as well, but like when she can get going, she's got the same Street Fighter 5 style things that can go on for a lot of characters. And it's just like, would you rather play this character or better characters, but at the same time, you go with what works. But it's not working out right now. Activation from Terrence is going to take it.
Indeed. And you did see some of the things that I think would be an issue for her here. That big floaty jump got knocked down a couple of times. She does have a good hitbox in jump roundhouse. It's just, it's going to take a while for it to come out.
Gets a burn kick. Backing up with the zoning style to get over the fireballs, but the read from Terrence using the X to blow through.
Yeah, I love this from Terrence. It's just active play. At the same time, though, keeping himself at a great spot on screen, it's not recklessly active play. It's the kind of stuff that pushes the opponent into the corner while maintaining a wall. Correct.
See the chase down with the fireball. Terrence getting anti-aired. He's pushed to the corner more further and further. I feel like Tay is finding that momentum with this character, finding what he needs to do with this character.
Into a little bit of patience here, spending a bunch of the V meter, as you could see.
Side under. It didn't have enough for the V-trigger activation.
You're right. Oh, man.
Oh, that was unfortunate, but still in a good position with all that C at the bottom. Oh, the burn kick.
Final round.
Yeah, so at that point, towards the end, I did like a lot of the movement that we saw out of Chicote. Made a lot of sense. Really?
Getting a knockdown here. Trade will take that damage. What a weird interaction. But still, Terrence putting on the oppression right here. Slide. And that slide is so bad. Even on hit, sometimes it's negative. Gotta have that super well spaced out. Back throw though. Terrence, put the space between them. It's not you, it's me. Backs away, crouching meter kick. You knew it was coming.
Here it is. Oh, he would have loved to have seen that. Yeah, sweep instead.
Oh, the buffer.
Yeah.
Crouching meter kick right in the CA.
Interesting. Okay.
What's the follow-up?
Great pressure opportunity. Just safety from Terrence right there. Comes in, ready to block. Saw there was nothing. Grab. Just the old classic OS block grab. You know how it is. Really patient stuff right there, just in case of EX wake up, I guess.
That save style, able to save him right there. And, it was looking a little long at first, but it looks like Tay is going back with his pick. He's going back with the select.
And this is the potential end of the tournament.
What a decision. And right now, Terrence is going in with the aggression.
A those burn kicks are going to be safe at that range. Just it's not her turn afterwards. It we -4. Here we go. Opportunity. Trying it out just a little bit. And, you know, each time I feel like Terrence has been blocking really, really well in those few instances. And he's taking some damage, of course, but I don't feel like the mix-ups, like the big swings that can come, have really come against him.
Great now, here. Activation. I love that. Sipping out and, you know, turning that defensive offense, but the wake up EXTP finally busting out. Tay activating Raw.
What an anti-air choice. Okay, so Tay knew it for sure. Yep, so he threw that fireball, what, an entire second before Terrence jumped, and then was absolutely ready for the juggle.
I'm gonna not lie to you. I've not seen much of this character, but that was sick. Crush, pickup. No, Terrence just goes for the throw.
Yes, getting in the middle there. Wow, super strong stuff, and that is stun. This is gonna be tough. It's not quite death, but one more mix-up here for it.
Got the shoes off before he comes to my house with the stomps, with the wake up match to find the conversion that he needs. Unfortunate. Terrence takes it with the fireball.
Wasn't in range for medium into crouching medium. Oh man, that is a big bummer for Tay right there.
So the burn kick again. A little bit of damage on the deck.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this. Terrence just hammering away with the fierce in neutral. Doesn't feel like he is too concerned. Great spacing on the check at least.
The better, you know, footsie game of Chun-Li has been working out, you know, so much. You gotta be careful about throwing out the fireball. We saw an EX legs come out before to interrupt that. So Tay just kind of hanging back a little bit, really careful at the neutral, but it's making it too pensive as these dash up throws are coming through.
Yeah, the guts right there. Okay, at least activation point comes for Tay. But there's that big jump. Couldn't get the cross up. Not at that range. You got to be further away. Ah, trying it. Good damage and corner carry will be on this. Into pressure. Yes, maybe. Is this enough? It's going to be close. Not quite. Stun remains.
EX bust out over the overhead. Try to get the fall, but the EX didn't work out. Terrence spinning all the bar right now.
Yo, their slide was so sick underneath.
That's so smart stuff, but you can't get hit. You can't get tapped or touched right here. Terrence looking for that activation or just something.
Underneath
but the
yet
slide
again.
coming from Tay.
Yeah, that slide that you mentioned, it can be made safe, but I don't think that was going to be it. I think that was a range where Tay was just hoping it was going to hit, because if it hit, obviously he takes the round in the game. But it seemed to me like that might not have been the safe spot, just a gutsy move and the right call. So it's 1-1.
It seems like Tay has to, you know, be really expensive with his bar to get the damage, the corner carry, and things like that, in comparison to Chun-Li, and then also has to make some, you know, some of those right reads, right? So can he solidify himself? Can he, you know, make those chaotic things happen while also staying stable? Or is Terrence going to step those things out and, you know, stop the B-Trigger activation things before they get going? Because B-Trigger has been such a big part of Tay's game plan and finishing things off or really getting the lead.
He's really trying to stay outside of that Chun-Li stand fierce range, it seems. Either he is up close, pressing buttons. Wow, okay, surprised the anti-air whip. Or it seems like he's farther than her stand fierce. Those two ranges seem like the comfortable spots. Oh no! The classic Lucia issue. I've seen that many times playing against her.
Still ain't been fixed. Activation. Terrence gonna swing the momentum all the way back from that missed TP. Let's go. Lays on it and into EX.
Wow, what a conversion. That was out of a crouching short.
Round 2.
David, all that happened from a whip TP, all that momentum stolen away, and now again, Terrence on match point.
I really like, too, how Terrence has done a great job of evading those fireballs. He's willing to jump back, just get out of those situations.
Trade, no big deal. You know, Tay backs away from the fireball. Now the zoning game coming out to play.
Outside of that stand fierce range is where Tay seems a little bit more comfortable. Or right up close, of course, on his own terms, but does not want to be caught in that mid-range, it seems.
Now put in the corner with the back throw. Tay trying to get something going with his fireball. Oh! The lockdown. Oh, you gotta be careful whipping that out.
Yep, the punish didn't come. I love that jumping range. There we go. The confirm comes, and it is enough. Okay, we're going to match point on this between Chakotay's Lucia and Terrence's Chun-Li.
Fight.
Again, just what a day that, you know, the script is completely different than what I was sent, okay? Right before the top 16, they said this is what's going to be happening. The players are on a completely different, you know, it's an alternate ending, David. Let's see who's going to end it between the two. Tay looking super strong, this Lucia pick.
There's that uncomfortable spot where it definitely seems like Terrence has control. Yes, roundhouse at that exact range, and here comes Terrence now into the corner. Pressure.
Another throw.
Crush!
Another pickup and a super.
No!
It doesn't land.
The big drop, and this is now a huge opportunity. Chakotay needs to run this. He needs to. Oh, up!
Oh, the meaty. Yo,
a
vegan.
funky situation. Yep, he's bringing out all the tricks. Terrence trying to block, and the whiff.
No!
And it's not whiff punished by anything.
I like how he backed off. He's like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. Good block.
You can see Tay wants to be outside of that crouching medium range. Instead, it's regular legs. The activation comes. That's going to do it. Terrence will take it after all. What a match. That got a little scrambly towards the end right there.
Scramble City, but my man Terrence, he likes his eggs over easy. And it'll be Terrence taking over El Chakotay. The pick, you know, I feel like it wasn't about the pick. It was more about the decisions unfortunately made. And it's Tay that's out.
Definitely some hints at maybe connectivity issues, but I don't know. I don't know what happened in that match. In any case, there was a lot of great stuff that you could see out of Tay's Lucia. I really like the movement that we saw from her. He did put himself at that cross-up jump range sometimes. He played a lot of the time, again, outside of that seemingly comfortable Chun-Li spot where she could do fierce and roundhouse and that sort of stuff. Instead, he was more commonly outside of it or like right up close. Those seem like good spots for him. So I really like the Lucia. Could have been a little bit more from it, I tell you. Terrence ends up taking it.
Man. I'd love to see more of that Lucia, but we're gonna be seeing some more Street Fighter V action, people. We have Space Boy going up against Hollywood Rob TV. You know I have to say it because they both will message me and be like, listen, you didn't say it right. You didn't say my name right. What's wrong with you? We're also be seeing Cleo's KnuckleDu go up against DR Mandrake for our final match of the night. Got some more great Street Fighter V action for you guys coming up your way. And tomorrow's gonna be even better.
Congratulations to Terrence for making the top 8. Just to make that super clear, he played very, very well. I love the match that he had both there and against Marvisto. Those are both very close matches in which he managed to clutch it out. Great gameplay by him, really good spacing by him. He found moments in both of those matchups, actually, where he was able to pester really strongly at very frustrating ranges for the opponent. And that was a big, big part of his success. So shout out to him. We'll be playing Brutus in round 1 of losers tomorrow in top 8.
So Brutus got to make those adjustments and make them quick. I'm curious to see what he's going to pick for that match, but we'll have to wait till tomorrow. We still have some 2 fantastic matches determine the rest of our top 8 losers side. Again, Space Boy versus Hollywood Rob TV, and of course it's going to be the Guile pick. I love this. I love this pick against Sakura. Being able to run the boom game and force her to come to you. She's got to deal with all that pressure and having great reversal. And he's obviously got a Karen, but I think Sakura does pretty well against Karen, so this is a great pick too.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. There isn't like a great built-in way for her to threaten too much around booms. She's got to bet on
gotta make a
hurricane. She's got to, big jump in damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Yeah, or that works. No anti-air though.
Okay, wow, that's stun, yes! I feel like he just got to the corner 5 seconds ago, but look at the red up there, are you serious? Okay, wow.
The shimmy, the bait, easy bait oven from Space Boy.
Round 2.
I love it. And I love just that you find those moments and you just roll with them. That's how Space Boy is operating right now. There we go, gets a flash kick ender right there. The time block. Space Boy interrupting, getting the counter hit. Easy ender right there as well too.
And the knockdown yet again. We're right back into this corner. It's only 15 seconds into this round. And that's almost stun. And it is. And that should be the game in, I feel like, a single minute. Like, that was the fastest match so far tonight. It's already 1-0 Space Boy over Rob TV.
Wow. What cheat codes? What Game Shark codes do you have, Space Boy? But you see he ran up into the dash up button. Got the confirm. The guts on this man. He's playing like he really wants that top 8 spot. And I could see him possibly taking it. Rob TV does not get those adjustments. Rob TV looking like CRT out here, dog. You gotta up that resolution because we need to see something different. We need to see something more.
I'm not sure that's
There's
the
other
wrong
characters.
character pick. Yeah, he's going to go back to
Yeah,
Kyle here.
it's the right
I think
character.
the character pick is fine. It's just that Space Boy happened to jump in exactly at the right time a couple of times. Happened to have exactly the right reads on shimmy or not. Sometimes you get red and it's not the characters.
Yeah, it's more of a personal thing that you have to deal with yourself. We saw better anti-airs don't have to grip the crouching light to do it right there. Nice DP though, back in the corner. Is this a rerun? Change the channel, David.
Rob's trying to change it right now. He's got the corner for himself finally. First time in the set.
The reversal EX busting on through. Now you can run the zoning game a little bit better.
Oh my god, the huge read. And that's the worst thing to get by in steel. It's not
Another
some crazy G
read!
setup. It's not death.
A little too tricky with that one, but the V reversal though to keep him alive. Air throw though.
I'm telling you, getting hit by the charge anti-air fireball is actually the worst thing to get hit by. For me,
like, why'd you do that?
Most feel bad. No, I mean, it's my fault. I jumped. That's stupid.
Yeah. Good jump in right here. Rob TV starting off a lot better than what we saw in the previous match, and now employing that zoning game where Sakura has to make the right reads to come on through.
Here we go. Yep, using the shield on the way in. I love the lack of a get up right there. What that said, Space Boy into the corner. Again, we've been here before. The grab, one more's gonna do it.
No, he bet it all.
He sure did, and that's maybe the round here. Is that all the meter? No, hold on.
Wow. Oh, the Tatsu throw bait with style. Right after the stun, it's done. Space Boy about to take down Rob TV in quick succession.
Charging it up yet again, and Rob's got a block. He knows it.
Rush, follow up, gets a sweep two, gets a knockdown, the distance, but I feel like Space Boy is like, you knock me out, I'm coming back in.
It just seems like he's relentless. Yeah, there's no keeping him out. Rob doing a bunch of damage up close finally.
Able to activate.
It's there.
That shield can come through in the neutral.
Okay, Rob.
Rob TV the jab jab.
Wow, that was on reaction, I believe. That was amazing by Space Boy.
Puts the pressure on. Rob TV in a great position.
Away. Any hit will do it at this point. Medium, yeah, and the crouching medium kick. Okay, so Rob remains alive. I gotta tell you, after that first game, after the first round of that second game, I thought this was it. I thought Rob was about to bow out of this tournament, but extremely strong battling back in those last couple of rounds. Shout out to Rob, it's 1-1.
Rob looking a lot better, looking like 180p Rob TV out here, okay. But you got to go to 4K to beat Space Boy. And Space Boy taking a few more risks than maybe necessary, you know, with the meter spin and things like that, getting a little too preemptive and losing a lot of health. So we're going back, character select. Are we going to see a switch from Space Boy? Just calming things down and maybe switching V-triggers. I wonder.
Yeah, I don't think I would expect a switch in V-trigger.
Yeah, maybe a switch in V skill. I'm not sure. Or if I'm Space Boy, I'm just taking a break, right?
Maybe,
I'm just taking a second at the lobby, you know, cool Rob down and think about what I did wrong. You know, maybe keep the meter a little bit tighter to the chest. You know, get those confirms going and find a better game plan in before taking too much damage from the booms, because we saw that was kind of determined in the middle of the matches where Rob was winning. It's just too much boom damage, too much damage on the deck, and you got to make the return, and it's hard to getting come through. Like, so Rob TV just is looking super stable, and Space Boy's starting to break down just a little bit.
It could definitely go in that trend. If you just look at that last round especially, I think you could see that there's quite a different sense of momentum between the two players. So it makes sense to me if this was just a stall for time, just think about things a little bit. Let's take a look at what the V-skill and V-trigger are. Yeah. Oh wait, he did go to V-trigger 1? Wow.
Yeah, looks like V-trigger 1. Okay. Light, no confirm. The 4 fears. The down kick.
Oh,
that's a fadeaway right there. Okay, we're still the same stuff.
Yes.
Hey man, commentator's got them short memories.
I do.
This is not a short combo. It's a damage. Activation from Space Boy, still gets hit. Gets a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too antsy. There's a crush and the follow-up. Rob TV showing the back of the fist to do it.
Round 2.
One more.
Fight.
David, what a turnaround we've been seeing. This was definitely Space Boy's game.
I love that anti-air right into the roll for the pressure. Again, just these genius jumps. sometimes you get got. It was the Guile. You just want to throw your booms out, control a little bit of space, and it feels like so frequently Spaceboy has had big jump ins at exactly those moments.
Trying to find that one. Great anti-air jab, but still stuck in the corner. There's Rob TV.
Again?
Pressure. I like that.
How many times? If you're getting red in that way, it's just super hard to win. I mean, it sounds trite, but if you are getting jumped over in your fireballs all the time, I don't know how you're going to take it. So at this point, it's Rob who has to make a difference in his game plan. And it actually maybe looks like he is. There's more offense here. He's not going back with the booms. He's red. He's not throwing booms at all. Has he thrown one this game? This round? Finally, it's just been EX.
Down for the EX.
That's it.
Another one.
Only from this far
Pressure
range
on.
has he thrown any booms at all. So it is definitely a difference in terms of how he's trying to deal with it.
Facebook getting a little antsy, but the corner push gets the crushing and kick the follow. That beast skill able to get the full corner push right there. Overhead
Rob would
connect.
love to get away. Has a life lead. And he's ready this time. No boom.
EX spins it. Facebook gotta be really careful with this approach. Gotta find that perfect jump in, right?
What a dash forward to block that fireball earlier. I love that from Rob. Even just those little things are so helpful at this moment. They both whip it.
Rob TV, one more hit to do it. Anti-air. Actually, two. The guts kicks in. Save space boy. Back throw.
And there it is. Rob TV again with the EX. It was just the EXs in that final round. He made such a great adaptation. Okay, you're jumping over all of my regular booms. Fine. I cut that out of my game entirely in that mid-range where he could have been jumped in on. Only through regular booms from full screen. Other than that, only EX. What an adaptation by Rob to understand what was killing him, to pressure more as a result, to look for anti-airs more as a result. Very deserving of that win right there.
Fantastic play. And again, as you said, adjustments. You got to make those, especially in the first of two. You got to do those quick. So, man, that was a great match. Unfortunately, Spaceboy is out. Rob T will be moving on to top 8 tomorrow. So we're seeing some more Hollywood action. We still got one more game to play. What is up on the deck? As we go and take a look at the bracket, I'll show you where we're at here. Cleo, KnuckleDu versus DR Magic. What a way to end the night, people. The NA East winner versus one that has been a favorite, a big pick for many people.
And of course, Du's only down here because on winner's side, he lost to CJ Truth, and that was a 2-1. So that was close. Yeah, you're taking a look at winner's side here. Again, this is going to be the top 8 tomorrow. CJ Truth versus Shine, Smug versus Dancelip. But CJ Truth, as you can see up on the top left, took it 2-1 over Du. And now Du has to make it through fellow Floridian, fellow resident there of Florida, DR Mandrake. We mentioned this before, Du, many people had thought retired, or at least announced his retirement. And instead, if you go back and read his tweet, it really seems more like he was saying he's going to take a break. I think many of us may have jumped the gun on that, but in any case, I'm really happy to see Du back in here, competing, looking great, right? Clearly doing well in game, only CJ Truth, and he's, one of the few who could credibly send him to losers. Other than that, Du has looked fantastic all day so far.
He's looked really great, and but this again, it's a heartbreaker because I would love to personally see DR Mandrake come through and gatekeep some more, but to gatekeep Du is just man, it makes it so difficult when you get closer and closer to the top 16 and top 8s and things like that to make that final spot. Because remember, people, you don't get any points for this. If you get second place, it's the same as getting last place. So if you lose, you get to go home or go to the other room and scream into a pillow in anguish, because that's all you can really do, right? You wait till next year, wait till the next run of the CPT. But that just makes, again, every fight even better as the fighters make sure that they're on point with everything, and actually pulls out some nerves too. You see a lot of players kind of dropping a few things there. Could be connection issues, could be just that nervousness of I can't lose here. I can't be put down to losers and stuff like that. And speaking of losers, this is where we're at, and I like this pick from Du. Going to Cammy against Urian, good idea. But what's not a good idea is hitting up the grid. Unfortunately, the players have selected the grid. Again, sometimes you go into training mode or hit that ranked match, and you forget to switch. So they're gonna have to, wail on each other until we get to the battle lounge.
Yeah, they realized, and they are currently just walking into each other and letting the other player beat them up. So we'll get through this quickly here.
Remember, this is our last match of the night, so stick with us. I hope you guys are enjoying all this CPT NA East 2 action. The double stuff, all right. Like I'm super excited to see who's going to win this, but at the same time, like I said, heartbreaker. Let's see if they can break through this match real quickly to get us to a different stage. And there we go.
Pretty suspect combos going on in that, I gotta tell you guys. I know nobody at
Maybe-
home saw that, but I don't.
He's hiding it, David. He's hiding
Yeah,
his
is he
tech. You
hiding
don't want
it?
to show him
Yeah.
they can complete. That's just the mind games right there.
Okay,
That's why he went
yeah.
to the grid, obviously.
I've never played this game before in my life. Yeah, all right, KnuckleDu.
Hitting him with the shark. Oh, okay, let's see you, KnuckleDu. Capcom Cup champion out here. Hard to hide that one, my friend.
All right, let's set this up here. As it's again going to be Du versus Mandrake, who of course came into that with Urian, and as you said, it was the Cammy pick actually for KnuckleDu, one of the stable of characters he's kept for many years. Guile, Cammy, Mika, more or less that's the stable. G, I guess, and at the end of last year he began playing a lot more often. Yeah, I think this character pick makes a lot of sense for me too. I agree with you. I like Cammy's movement in this. She can pester really well. I mean, she gets basically busted if she gets knocked down a couple of times. You know, that's the problem with her.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think in this season, Cammy is a character that has a lot of very strong potential, very strong control. For me, is one of the better characters in the game.
Oh, for sure. You know, I already said it earlier in this broadcast, but EU calls him Scammy Cammy, and that's because she's super strong. When she pops the V trigger, she can hold that bar and put you in a plus situation and keep the meter at the deck, right, and finish you off with a CA. And you just, I think another reason why she's called Scammy Cammy is because people forget about that character. They forget how strong she is in the meta. It's only recently to me that I've seen her kind of grace the top of the tier list because she does well against so many characters, and people kind of forget about that, including Urian.
All right, so did they pick the right? No, are you serious? Impossible. Impossible.
You guys, KnuckleDu again on Mandrake on the grid. As we said before, please read the rules and make sure that you guys are on the correct stages when you play the game. And they've one of them, unfortunately, it looks like Du is the one, since he's player one. Let's stick with the grid.
All right, well,
you know, one of those things.
at least let me see some combos.
Yeah, let's
No?
you know, let us, because the viewers
No?
can't see it. Let us
No?
see something decent. It's okay. That was all right. I could have been
No, I
better.
was just pressing
You
medium
could do better.
here since- oh, all right.
Yeah, boring stuff. Standard fare. But hopefully we can get to the new with those new stages, or any stage, to be honest, that is not the grid or the ones that are banned in the list of the CPT. So make sure you guys are reading the rules. Do DR Mandrake, please.
Look, we know nobody's going to read the full rules.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah,
you know,
that's true.
We
I
know
believe
that.
it.
However, at this point, it's been pretty publicized that if you've watched any of these, or even heard about them in some cases, you have probably heard that
Right.
some things are banned this season, and the grid is one of them.
Yep,
Alright, let me
that's
head to
more than true. As you see on the screen right here, it's showing you guys what's banned in terms of the costumes and the stages as well too. So
How handy.
We'll see how everything's gonna operate. Hopefully they pick the right ones here. We're gonna go back into the match real soon. KnuckleDu versus Mandrake. Once again, this is gonna be a heartbreaker, people. The final match of the night. CPT NA East 2. If they pick the right stages.
It's a big if at this point.
It's a question mark, dog. It's a question mark. They've been proving us wrong. We were all geared up for the second time. We're like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
CPT in the East, the finale of the top 16. And then no, you gotta wait a second.
Trying to join the
man.
top 8 here are KnuckleDu and Mandrake, and we'll see which stage they've picked. City and Chaos. Very good. They're trying to join already in winner's side, top 8. CJ Truth versus Shine, Smug versus Dan Slip, and loser's side, Brutus versus Terrence, and then Rob TV will play the winner of this right here.
This is the finale. CPT of this top 16. CPT NA East 2. Let's get it, people. KnuckleDu versus Mandrake. Finally choosing the right stage. And Mandrake was off to a great start until the spiral arrow lands. Turning the pressure with the Oki. Gets a throw.
Wow, Dude's spacing is immaculate right there, getting some important whip punishes. Rare that a Urian of Mandrake's quality does not get the anti-air. Is not looking for the anti-air right there. He was there, and Du with the mistake. Uh-oh, caught in the corner.
Unfortunate drop. Counter hit. Drops his combo right there. Two doesn't finish the plate, but still gets the throw. Batista farm level. Activation from Du. But Mandrake's got meter too.
Mandrake's
got that B trigger locked and loaded.
Du to do something silly. You see him with the grab right there, trying to bait.
He's like, I wish you would. I wish you would.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Anti-air. Easier said than done, of course, against this character.
Yes.
Interrupt. Doesn't complete the combo.
Just the grab, but that is the slight life lead here for Mandrake. Who's backing off. Okay, harassing a little bit with a crouching medium. Great hitbox on that thing, and the anti-air.
EX headbutt. What a decision, too. Because usually that's the thing that, you know, if spaced wrongly, will whip. You can see a punish, but not there. DR Mandrake, right at the right moment, right at the right time. Takes the first round. Crush. Follow up. Crouching heavy. Gets the corner push with the shoulders. The back throw. The chiropractor.
Anti-air. Not quite. Back strong actually whiffed, unfortunately. Du's still stuck here. Big jump roundhouse does connect in kind of a funky fashion.
Du will take that, though.
Absolutely, he will.
Is the pressure
He's
on?
working on a stun. Mandrake just backing off. Did not want to contend, rather get that orange bar down first. He's there. No EX this time.
Anti-air.
Yeah, but Mandrake can definitely still do this. All he's got to do is find the one hit to start things off with that Aegis. Still there. Oh!
Anti-air.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of. Not enough, though. B reversal to get out of the situation. Anti-air. The
So
jab
hard
to
not
check
take
the
bait.
throw.
So hard.
Final round.
Even. Out between the two already off the start. The neutral jump, what a call. He picked up the phone. Scammy on the other line.
Oh, yes! Huge opportunity here for Mandrake. Here comes. And again, the V reversal.
If I'm Mandrake, I'm going to look at that later on, right? And say, listen, I got to deal with this V reversal because that could be big damage. Minus as hell.
Oh,
but in the corner, though. The throw game looking heavy right here. And I see the CA at the bottom. There it is. Dials it out.
Hold on.
Finish,
One mix
not
up.
enough
One
to
mix
do
up.
it.
Ah, yes.
the
Yes. Great block by KnuckleDu. It was just kind of one of those binary situations.
Because she does get okay after that CA. So
She does indeed. It's free dash into pressure, and game one goes to KnuckleDu. Again, Mandrake won the last CPT Online NA East. He doesn't need to play in this. He's just trying to play a spoiler, get some more experience, etc., etc.
Round one.
If
but
he
Du-
loses here,
Du's the one that's got to move.
yeah, and it's Du who has more on the line, absolutely.
Jab headbutt, back to mid screen, gets a back throw, switching positions, overhead, blessing him with the Dewey. Mandrake sitting on that EX bar too, so you gotta be careful about how you approach.
Wow, he did get it active though. Du's jump time, except it's so funky. Even somebody like Mandrake is not accustomed to anti-iron. And the whiff, and this is the big start here for KnuckleDu. Yes.
The counter hit.
Okay,
Wake
just
up
get out of
Aegis.
there.
I agree.
The
What's up in
defensive
between?
use of
Oh!
Aegis in this situation. That's it. Oh, it was a big opportunity. Actually, he might have died from the Aegis, so nicely done not to do it. Round goes to Mandrake.
He could have actually died from that B skill. Full screen like that, like, or at least at that distance, an EX arrow could have came through and clipped him. But Mandrake stays alive.
Uh-oh. Missed confirm there for Du. Significant damage on Mandrake, not gigantic.
Punish. Not a big one, but just checking him in the neutral.
Did not get the V skill.
There's the EX.
And now Du's
Mandrake
trying to
pushing him.
activate. You already saw the Crouching Fierce. He'd love to get it confirmed. He'd love to get something back in here. Doing such a great
mid-screen,
job at showing these normals, showing these jumps. Okay, finally Mandrake is ready for the anti-air.
Du though sitting on that V
Oh,
activation. Gotta
huge
find it.
Crouching Fierce was so deep. Here we go. He tried to get the bender and no.
What a drop! Unfortunate. Now the side switch from KnuckleDu activating. Counter hit. No, actually no hit. Just normal hit.
Crouching jab as an anti-air, funky. And Mandrake just getting away. If he could find one more hit, crouching short, crouching strong, crouching medium kick, whatever it is. And he
Trying
gets
to
the
the trade.
he was looking for. That's all he needed. It's 1-1.
1-1, yo. KnuckleDu needs this, right? He needs this. He's gotta have this. DR Mandrake though is a competitor, so at the same time, you know he wants that W no matter what, right? Like even though he's not gonna be able to move on as like a double, you know, NA winner, whatever, he wants to make his mark. He wants to see where he's at. So he knows he's definitely going to be trying. And we'll be going back to the battle lounge here, it looks like. Let's see what's going to happen. Is Dude going to pick? Does he need some time to chill?
The character choice makes sense to me, but maybe a little bit more. Mandrake was a little bit more ready for some of the jumps. He was a little bit less caught off guard, I felt. There was a range in the first maybe game and a half where it felt like NuckleDu's Cammy was at the right spot to press medium kick, to whiff punish, or to just harass. But he was at the right spot where he could jump pretty well with, you know, cross-up jump or with a dive kick or whatever. And it didn't really feel like Mandrake was in that range as much in the last half-ish of that game right there. It was a nice adaptation by him.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been a back and forth, but I'm wondering if, like, to me, like, I feel like that's a matter of, like, if you're NuckleDu, you stick with the Cammy, right? I think that's the play. There's a pick. I think his other characters do pretty well against Urian, but I think Cammy, it's just shoring up those mistakes, finding those confirms, and making it count, especially when they try to go for the V-Skill Raw, but he is going to Gael for this finale right here. 1-1, people. Down to the wire. CPT in A East out here. Top 16 determine our top 8. Switching it up.
Fight.
Last game here. Very, very patient stuff by Du. Wasn't even walking around, which is typically his style. And sweep even. Okay, funky stuff. Will he go for offensive guile? No, it's very, very patient. Nice. And it just feels like this is a very classic crappy sort of style so far. There he is.
Throw
Pressure.
in the corner. Constant pressure right here from Du.
But of prime importance is to not let Urian get started. Oh boy, he's gonna be started.
This is where the game begins. Almost a stun. It's a
Maybe
reset.
where the game ends. Oh no! Unfortunate.
Another sweep, the
right
double
there.
sweep.
Yeah, look, Du had V-trigger, so he was going to be able to cancel that for safety just in case, but you got to look back at that whiff by Mandrake. That could have been a big moment for him.
I love the neutral jump right off the round start, blowing up the EX, and making them waste a bar, which I think is big. Even though you gain so much bar in this game, it's just big to eliminate resources like that, but still, two on the deck, but Du in strong position right here.
Yeah, Du looks like he's getting ready to break this gatekeeper's gate.
This is what he wants. He wants to be able to move on, get that second spot, move on to losers, and possibly get the grands later on tomorrow. But the gatekeeper stands in the way.
That said, Mandrake has a life lead. Feeling pretty comfortable, you could see. He doesn't seem like he's too out of it in terms of the fireball game here. Okay, the anti-air was a funky little position. And Du now exactly where he likes to be. We've seen this since this game, SF4, whatever it was. He'd love to just get this. One more hit's gonna do it, Mandrake.
One tap, one touch will do it. You see the stun building down, but still doing a great position. There's a ton of bar to work with. EX needs coming through the skies. Try to reset with the overhead. No go. Cross up trade. Didn't even fall for the throw. The V reversal building up the gray life though. EX coming through the neutral. Another one. You gotta be careful throwing out those fireballs.
Hey!
I just said you gotta be careful throwing out those fireballs. Du moving on. And Mandrake's OUT out of there.
I think that might have been an escape. I think he might have just he pulled out the rope. He got out of there real fast. Yeah, gates broken. So Mandrake, who was already qualified for Capcom Cup, remains qualified for Capcom Cup. Again, there wasn't a lot on the line for him here. But for NuckleDu, he manages to get into top 8 by sending Mandrake out. That means he will be there tomorrow in loser's side when we play the top 8. Congrats to NuckleDu. Again, I'm really, really happy to see him in this mix. Having maybe misunderstood that I thought he was retiring, instead maybe just having taken a break, and he comes back from that break looking super strong.
Man, this is going to be some great matches tomorrow. I'm super excited. You see Brutus and Terrence in the top 8 part of loser side. Same thing with Rob TV and NuckleDu, who's going to be fighting one of the other Street Fighter League contestants as well. If we move over to the winner's side, we're going to be seeing CJ Truth versus Shine, and Rise and Smug versus Dan Slip as well. So a lot of great matches on the deck. Way bigger, change of a bracket than I thought. I drafted my fantasy bracket. I don't show anybody that, but it's looking a lot different because it's looking really wrong, David. I'm sorry. I made some mistakes. Let's put it that way.
Well, you can never get it exactly right. But I think this is going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of really good matches in here. Different characters. What do we got? We got Looks like maybe we have a Cammy and an Ibuki. Looks like we have a Boxer, maybe a G, and a Cammy definitely again. Looks like we have a Zangief and Abigail against Terrence with Chun. Rob could be any of Karen, Guile, seen him play Chun. Yeah, I mean, a few other characters in the past. Then KnuckleDu with his own little cast of characters with Guile, Cammy, Mika maybe. So we could see a bunch of different potential matchups in characters. And what's cool too is that there are some fun storylines behind this. You know, people who have played a lot in the past. Smug, Danslip played a lot of times. Rob TV and KnuckleDu, who live together, have played each other a lot of times. So there's some really fun storylines coming into this top 8.
A lot of fun storylines, a lot of fun action coming your way tomorrow when top 8 resumes. Same time, same place, people. So make sure you guys keep it locked here. But until then, my name is St. Cola.
Hey, I'm Ultra David. Thanks a lot for watching this. Good job to you. You did great. I'm pointing at you. Yes, exactly right.
I appreciate it. I appreciate Capcom letting me jump on the mic, and I'll be back tomorrow, people. But until then, we'll see you later.